Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live in studio. Joining me, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart, Shy Girl, and on the middle of the East Coast in Charleston, my boy Jimmy Cagnina, Cags, our senior market strategist. Good morning.
Good morning, folks.
So good morning, chat, as well. We're going to have a lively group in here this morning, a lot to talk about.
Good bit.
Yeah, just a touch. And really, at first glance across the board, what really isn't moving a lot right now? You know, I mean, you got the Swissy. You've been talking about that, Jimmy. It's up 2.5%. You got the yen versus
Euro.
the dollar, euro. They're all up
Yen.
2.5%.
Yeah.
Crude is down 6%. We're going to get to that in a minute here and why that is from Tracy. Silver down 6%. Copper down 3%. Bonds barely up at all. I thought there would be a little bit more movement there. 30s actually are up 1.25%.
I was going to say.
1.25%. 10s are up 0.75%. They're up 29 ticks. I mean, it's compared to everything else. It seems like you could say that any day here in those markets. And crypto getting battered. So, you know, I mean, we'll go to you, Tracy, first, just because I thought it wasn't about the tariffs. You know, I could have swore I saw some really big macro people saying, you guys, this tariff thing, it doesn't matter. And then we probably had the biggest moves.
Rug pull.
I mean, so, you know, they matter. We've talked about it. We never knew how much. You never know how much until it happens. But give us the lay of the land here.
Yeah. So yesterday there was market chatter and a bunch of people came out. And the rumor was it was only going to be 10 to 20%, and it would be by industry, by country. And so we saw a huge rally, which I didn't expect, but I didn't expect the rumor to come out that it would be only, 10 to 20%. And then we got, obviously, a giant rug pull at 4 p.m. So let's break this down a little bit and what it means. So basically, the U.S. is going to impose a 10% tariff across the board to every trading partner. And then there's even higher rates on top of that to 60 countries that hold a surplus with the U.S. Now, we already had steel and aluminum and automobile tariffs. Those are not going to change. So those are exempt because we already had them on, and that's 25% on all three. So they're not going to face reciprocal tariffs. And then what's even more interesting is what's not being tariffed right now, and that is copper, pharmaceuticals, semiconductor, lumber, and any energy product. So nat gas, petroleum products, and oil. So now they are expecting copper. We've talked about this on hot commodities, but at this point, all of those things are exempt and subject to further review. So since they're exempt, and the precious metals exempt as well, sorry, I forgot to add that. And so initially we're seeing a pullback in gold, silver, copper because they thought they were going to get tariffed, and they're not. So we saw a pullback in that. Same with energy. And then with crude, we had a double whammy this morning because not only is crude not being tariffed, but OPEC literally had a meeting on Thursday night and made an announcement today that they've decided to basically each month they're going to add to production from the initial cuts that they had. So in May, they're going to take 3 months of cuts and put them all in May. So it's like triple of what they thought they were going to do, which is the equivalent to like 411,000 barrels per day. That said, they also did say that the countries that have been cheating in May have to cut back their production and get in line with the cuts that they were supposed to make. That said, they've been cheating. We've had a few cheaters here and there that, namely Iraq and Kazakhstan. So we'll see what happens with that. But so we had a double whammy on crude. Now, when it comes to Canada and Mexico, this is important. What is going to happen is goods that are not covered by the North American Trade Agreement are subject to 25%. That is not going to change. There are no added tariffs on top of that. So that will stay as it is. And then you have, other nations. You have total for China, for instance, is 54%, including everything that he's tariffed before. So that's 54%. We've got 20% to the EU. Vietnam is 46%, for example. We've got Japan at 24%. South Korea, which is important, at 25%. But again, remember, semiconductors are still not being tariffed. They're still exempt as of this point. And so that's kind of the rundown, as clear as I can possibly make it.
That was fantastic. I mean, I think it helps tremendously understand the story behind this. And I guess the next question I have, because there's more to dig into that, because there's a lot. We're going to get into the markets and all the impacts here in just a moment. But what's the end game here? I mean, this is what I continually see. Is the end game to bring manufacturing back? Is the end game, is this the art of the deal that he's doing to start to get better negotiations for us? Is it all of those things? What do you believe the end game is here?
I think it's all of those things. I think he wants to bring manufacturing back to the United States. He's already said that, say, for example, car companies, if you produce your cars in the United States, you won't be subject to tariffs. So he's trying to bring manufacturing back. And we have seen, we've seen Amazon, we've seen Volkswagen, we've seen several companies promise to expand their U.S. production. So I think that is, in his mind, what he's trying to accomplish. And then, of course, he's went on about how we've been treated unfairly, and other countries have much higher tariffs on the United States than the United States has on them. So that's why he's calling them reciprocal tariffs. Which is true. I mean, it is true. If you look at the EU's tariffs on the U.S. were much higher than any of our tariffs on them. But of course, of course, we have a lot of countries very angry this morning and have been, very vocal across the wires about it.
Yeah. And, I want to stay with energy just for a minute, because obviously we're going to be talking indexes most of the day. Explain why silver, gold, copper, crude oil, and I know you touched on these already again, why the price action is negative, though,
So
specifically into that.
Because they are exempt from tariffs, right? And everybody expected there to be tariffs on that. There's not going to be tariffs on that.
So less supply issue, right? Basically is what's going to happen.
Right.
So you've been talking about silver having a supply issue. Do you think this non-tariffs has removed that concern?
No. This is a global supply deficit that we have. And so I think this morning's action, or the overnight and this morning's action, is more of a knee-jerk reaction to the actual tariff announcement. That doesn't change the underlying fundamentals of that market. And so I would expect that to get bid up again eventually.
Yeah, because that was going to be my question. As I go to you, Jimmy, I mean, you heard everything coming from Shai. You guys cover the commodities the most. Like I said, indexes all day. We're always going to be talking about them. But I want to get through the commodities this morning because I think it's important. Because when you're talking tariffs, I think this is initially what's going to create the pricing for potential future inflation. What does this mean to everyday Americans with these tariffs? And you start to look at all these commodities and currencies. This becomes the mainstream story. I mean, obviously stocks are as well. But you heard this morning from Shai so far this morning, Jimmy. Anything stand out to you that she talked about that maybe you want to bring into the conversation?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But in the back of my head, I'm wondering how much anticipation there is now, domestically and internationally, on the prospect of a global recession happening sometime this calendar year. The ECB folks are talking about it, and they have their hands full. Remember, the EU has 28 countries that all have different interests with respect to this tariff war going on, so they're going to have a hard time. But the idea that some of this might be in anticipation of when we're talking about the commodity prices breaking, this recessionary possibility, that's certainly in the back of my mind as well. And you can kind of look at the CME Group Fed Fund tool as well. Now we got a fourth rate cut suggested in January of next calendar year. So I think that's kind of part of it as I'm looking at these charts.
Yep. Shai, back to you. How much of this was a surprise? I mean, the market's saying it's a pretty big
Well,
surprise.
I think it was a very big surprise, and I think it wouldn't have been as big of a surprise. Let me rephrase that. It wouldn't have been a big surprise if we hadn't had all those rumors yesterday beforehand.
Bingo.
And everybody was sure it was going to be very minimal. And so that's why it was a surprise. I mean, the market was already bearish and already selling off ahead of it because they expected at least 25%. And then those rumors kind of threw the market for a loop yesterday.
We were talking about that, and in chat, I was looking at it. At the end of the day, we had an extended session here with the afternoon guys, and you and I were chatting, and, we had this discussion through chat and just between you and I, we had the guys that were on live, and I said, he didn't say anything new here. Remember what you kept saying? Dude, let us know. And I'm sitting here going, you know what? God forbid if he says anything that was a surprise, that was bearish, what does this mean? Because anytime you lead us too far one way, and there was no news, basically all of the morning, not the morning, but the initial stuff, none of that was breaking. It was the auto stuff, and market just kept running higher. And ultimately what happened is that big knee jerk the opposite way. That's why in the overnight session, I said, I think we actually could be possibly seeing the first limit down that we've seen in some time. And the only reason I said that was because, not that I think that the news is that bearish, I didn't even know too much about what was the details of the tariff until you just told me anyway. It was just simply because when you have a run so far the one way, you had a lot of shorts liquidated, you had a lot of longs even probably enter the market thinking, okay, this is the bottom. And you have from where they closed it to where the gap's so big that now when you open up on a gap lower, even though we're not much lower than where we have been, you look at where we are right now, we're trading 55.36 and change or whatever. That's not that big of a deal, but it's from the gap perspective. If we start to go down today, you could see that first limit down that we've had in a long time because it's actually somewhat in reach. And we're going to get to that, I think, when we get to the indexes charts today. But I just think overall this whole thing is so interesting. So much led up to this moment, and now that this moment is behind us, really the big story now is in front of us again, right? So this is a scenario where, man, I just don't see the market recovering too easily from this. I do not know how the market can digest the things that you just told us. I'm still processing it, and I know you've got the smartest people in the world, how these markets going to be going at this today, when all these price changes, but there's going to be price shifts across the board now, Shai.
Oh, absolutely. We definitely are going to see that. I think, again, I wouldn't be trying to pick a bottom in any of these commodities, particularly crude oil, at this juncture. But, I'd like to see gold fill some of these gaps and then maybe look for along there, because if the market is going to continue tanking, you're still going to see some flight to safety at some point.
I agree.
And I feel like, again, these moves in these precious metals is kind of just a knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to the fundamentals of what's really happening, that's why I asked you about silver, copper, gold. If there's still a supply issue in silver, okay, and you're getting a 6% move lower and you've been waiting to buy silver, that could be opportunity for you, right? You look at the same thing in gold. Like those are primary trends that are still in place. We also talked about first day of the quarter. What was the market showing us? If you removed the first or the news and we went back to the first day of the quarter, where were we? We were buying, or not we, but the market was buying bonds, market buying silver. It was selling equities. Now those trends have been shifted a little bit. Equity's still weak, but the fundamentals behind those other stories, to me, if they're not changed, if anything, it's reinforced why they were buying them.
Right.
Right. I mean, there's no news here that's saying you shouldn't be buying them. It's just an initial reaction off of this news, not necessarily a change in the backdrop of fundamentals.
Correct.
Okay. So let's real quick get to the economic data before we get to Jimmy for this morning's Edge report. What do we have coming out today, Shai?
So we have jobless claims and continuing claims at 8:30 a.m. and then at 9:45 we have S&P Global Services PMI, and then at 10 is ISM Services. Basically, it's the same thing. It's just two different companies. So we'll cover. That'll happen both of those will happen at 10. We'll either put those on the ticker or break in. But we have jobless claims at 8:30. Is the biggest news, the biggest data for the day.
Yeah, which is going to lead us into what unemployment potentially could be tomorrow.
Right.
So this morning's data is going to matter. It's going to be a market mover. All right. Good discussion this morning. Let's get to some charts. Let's get to this morning's Edge report with Jim Cagnina.
All right, well, let's start with the E-mini S&P, and you're seeing this correctly. Net change so far down 181, 182 handles. We had a huge amount of volume last night. 420,000 were traded in the June contract. We're lucky to get 150,000 at this point in the day. So there was a lot of activity overnight, mostly on the downside. You can see on this chart, I have a daily chart up here right now. The bodies of the candle have this huge gap between them, and when we compare regular trading hour data, you're going to also see a big gap. I think a lot of these markets are going to have big gaps. That's why I'm calling it gap palooza day to day. The one thing I do want to caution is, the idea that gaps get filled may or may not be true. So be careful. I don't know, don't think that it can't go any lower just because the chart looks like this. I think that's the main thing I'm kind of worried about. We did kind of have a double bottom though, if you kind of look at this daily chart, and we just, wicked right through PAX's 5509 level, which is interesting as well. But I don't know if we're done yet. We'll see what happens on the open here with this particular, with all the stock index futures for that matter. And the Russell 2000 though is down almost 5%, 4.57%. This market's taking it personally. It's getting hit pretty bad. We're down 15.9% from its peak high that we saw back on February 7th. These are small cap stocks that might, require more borrowing, and supply chain is going to be a problem for them. So the small cap stocks are taking it on the chin. We have a doji so far on the daily candle, but after that big gap down last night, which included, don't forget, the last hour of the Globex session last night, as well as what the aftermath that happened throughout the night. So we're kind of pausing right here on the Russell, but this one's interesting. Tracy mentioned copper. I want to pull up a copper chart. And, we talk about Dr. Copper kind of being among other things, right? A supply and demand market, tariff related market, but also kind of a measure of global economic health. And this is beyond a regular textbook retracement right now. We peaked out up here on March 26th. And it's been a slow sell-off, and then we got a big dislocation last night. We're past that 61.8% retracement right here, and if we get a close below that, then typically I'd expect further downside action on Dr. Copper. But maybe as more and more negotiations happen, country by country, we'll see some kind of geopolitical stress as well, or relief. I don't know. But in any event, this is again, this chart's looking pretty negative. We have that old area of support resistance is my target right now. Not interested in trying to pick the bottom here either. So that's an interesting market last night saying, hey, maybe there's a global recession coming. Let's go to the 10-year notes. We have a nice kind of gap on the 10-year notes as well as the 30-year bonds. This is the longer end of the yield curve. Right now, the 10-year yield is at minus 2.96. I'm sorry, not minus 2.96%. Which is a pretty big move, right? So that's about 12 and a half basis points that we came down in the 10-year, and you could see from the chart here, this longer term area of support and resistance is kind of out the window right now. I'm going to just extend this resistance over. I'm going to call it support. It's right at that 111.5 level, that Jack's level that we talked about yesterday. So if the objective is to kind of move the middle part of the yield curve down, it certainly looks like it's working right now. So that's kind of the interest rate story. It's all kind of wound together right here, money flowing into treasuries. And then we talked about crude oil already. I'll just kind of look at the energy complex on the board. May's down, 6.44%, another huge mover. Again, don't look at a chart and say, well, it can't go any lower, because it could go lower. Nat gas is the only one a little tiny bit green. Heating oil and RBOB are following suit. That is your edge report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. So, Shai, I want to go over a little bit more of this. I mean, what a fantastic job laying this out this morning. And I think that there's a little bit more to dig into here. I want to stay with commodities just for a second and have you kind of just go over, what's going on right now in the space to understand, because I think that crude oil, there's a lot of things I heard this morning from you, and it's like, okay, crude is probably the most popular one that's traded, at Ninja and across really all of the everywhere else, if it's non-index traders. So just kind of give us more of an insight of like what we're looking at coming out of these tariffs, and really what's coming forward next with crude oil.
Yeah, well, I think, Trump sort of deemed anything that the U.S. actually needed, precious metals, critical minerals, and energy, as tariff exempt. Now, it sounds like, at least for those products, that we're not going to see tariffs. Now, copper is a totally different story because it was already in review for tariffs, and it was supposed to be months, then it was supposed to be weeks. So I do expect some sort of tariff announcement at some point on copper, whereas I believe that energy, precious metals, and critical minerals will remain tariff exempt. Again, the double whammy we had this morning, pushing crude down even further, was OPEC had their meeting last night and then came out this morning with their press release that said that in May, because the market was so healthy, they were going to do an equivalent of 3 months of additions. Now, when I say additions, it's really because they have been holding back production for almost 2 years now. And they've had additional cuts. They've had cuts for the whole group and then voluntary cuts for some of the bigger producers, namely Russia and Saudi Arabia. Now, they're going to add, they said in December, they're going to start adding back production incrementally, depending on market conditions. The whammy was that for May, it was going to be triple what was originally planned. That makes sense. It would be 3 months worth of the cuts, because they are three months worth of additions packed into 1 month. And that was the sort of the double whammy. They did say that they were going to meet again to decide what June cuts would be at the end of April, beginning of May. So we'll see if they change their mind and pull back on that, or what happens. with OPEC, as usual, everything is subject to change. And it wouldn't surprise me if oil prices got a little too low here. They came back and said, no, we changed our mind about May.
So that's the interesting part about this. Number one is that you have multiple reasons why there's a sell-off. Caution trying to buy dips in crude oil because you've got a lot of momentum from headlines, and now you're getting technical breakdowns. I'm looking at the chart. I mean, it's pretty decent move, and it's just consistently selling every rally. Extremely important to understand from the macro side of things. I know we get so index focused, all of us do. This to me is a really big story right now, what's happening in crude oil. And the fear is, and why you need to watch news and certain things that could be potentially changing this trend in crude oil, news coming from OPEC headlines, because as crude prices get too weak, that's not a good thing, right?
Yeah. Well, not a good thing for them because they factor in, every year they factor in crude price into their budgets because it's so much of their income.
Yeah. Next, I want to get into a little bit about what's going on in the dollar. You talk about watching the dollar all the time. Things that stood out to me this morning, besides indexes, which is the obvious, you have dollar getting weak across the board. I know a lot of people are going to be talking about yen, euro, Swissy. What's going on? And talk about the macro backdrop as to why the dollar is weakening so much on these tariffs and why these other currencies are rallying.
Well, first, I think they want the dollar lower. All right. You have to remember when Trump first came to office, the dollar was at 90 cents. Right. So they want the dollar lower to help also mitigate some of this risk. In other words, to the American consumer. Right. And so lower US dollar, higher other currencies kind of mitigate some of that inflationary risk to the United States. And so they've been talking about how they want to push the dollar down anyway. So that kind of gave a clue, I think, in hindsight, that they were going to do a whopper of a tariff move because they've been talking about for a month or so, and Besant as well, as they were looking for a lower dollar. So they're getting their lower dollar.
So if we look at the overall plan and you see what the tariffs have done initially to the market, part of their plan is basically working.
Right.
And that's what people maybe have not talked about or don't want to hear it. Just because stocks are down doesn't mean that this isn't working. You see a lot of people out there talking about how bad this is for the country. But if you look at the overall plan, which, I'm not someone who's going to know what that is. That's why we have you. Part of their plan's working.
Part of their plan is working. They've been trying to talk down the dollar for a month now, and so I think this is exactly what they wanted. And you're right. People aren't talking about the currency factor of this whole tariff situation and how that can mitigate some of the inflationary pressures that the United States would see, or United States consumers.
Last thing I want to get to before we get to Tape Talk with Pharm, interest rates. I said this morning, they're not moving a ton, but they're, rates are moving down, right? You got the 10-year yield this morning is 4.05%, right? Again, they want lower dollar, lower rates, right? So I don't think rates are doing too much here. They seem very quiet relative to what I'm seeing across the spectrum. Comment on that.
They are. And, what's interesting is, well, obviously the long end is moving the most, right? You have the 30-year and the 10 years moving some, but not as much. But, Besant really also has been talking about he wants the long end, he wants those yields down, right? And, the Fed controls the very front end of the curve, the short end.
Exactly.
And the Treasury has more pull over the longer end, the 10 and 30 year. And so they are moving in the direction that he wants.
Exactly.
At this juncture.
At this juncture, right? The only thing that is not working is equity markets. But
Right.
equity markets, to me,
But
look
they said, Deli, like have said, we don't care about the market right now.
exactly.
So they've told you exactly what they're looking for. They're looking for yields down on the long end. They're looking for dollar down, and they don't care about the market right now. And that's exactly what's happening.
And don't tell me that these companies, as smart as the people are running these companies, will not figure out how to work through this tariff situation. Right now, it's obviously going to be a challenge because they're taking it all in. But these big companies,
Of course, they're going to
come on, man.
Yeah.
You know, and
course.
so this creates a lot of volatility for us as index traders in the short term, which we obviously like. But I think to understand the whole macro backdrop, I can't appreciate your insight enough because it helps me understand that what they're doing actually is working when you could really, if you go to the media right now, they'll tell you this is just blown up in their face. But when you really peel it back,
Not too bad. And we just had jobless claims come in.
there we go.
Actual was 219,000. Expected was 225. Meh. And continuing claims came in much higher at 1903 versus 1870 expected. So definitely much higher on continuing claims and lower on initial claims.
Last word for today, Shai, before we get to Tape Talk with Pharm. Does this number give us any lead into unemployment tomorrow?
Not really. I mean, we had more continuing claims. I would expect we probably see less than expected for initial jobless claims tomorrow, but we'll find out in the morning.
We sure will, and we will be talking about that tomorrow morning. Shai, brilliance this morning by laying this out for the rest of us. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
All right, everyone. It's that time. Chat, good morning. We're bringing in our boy Pharm Navy. Go ahead, give us the like, hit the like button for Shai this morning. I mean, did she just kill it or what? I mean, I got to tell you guys what a lesson that was on understanding what's happening with these tariffs. I mean, how about that, Pharm?
Yeah, I mean, it's been huge to, have some kind of insight, and I've really been able to enjoy being on a little bit early, wake up a little early to make this and just kind of hear what's going on. Nothing better than to, have the data print come out, especially, and then be on right after that, after having some analysis. So been excellent for me. It's always good to have somebody to do that analysis, again, for price monkeys like us that don't really know what the hell's going on in that world.
I mean, really, the way that Shai laid that out for us is pretty incredible. Helps us understand like the big picture, right? And as you and I are going to get narrowed in and focused on what's happening within the indexes today, initial thoughts yesterday from you before we even get to the charts on the action that we saw yesterday leading into the tariffs, and then as the announcements were coming out, just wild, man. I mean, I'm just curious, like kind of what you saw on the tape.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting day, right? We had, we had talked about 5740s being an area of concern, and then,
Yep.
the importance of 5612, right? Jeez, can't even keep track of it. I mean,
Yep.
we've gone through so many, hundreds here. The 12 to 24 spot, 5612, 5624. We just kind of opened and we wicked below the overnight low briefly, and then just, it went bonkers, right? So that was pretty wild. And funny enough, my internet went down literally right a minute before the open, and I was gonna take some profit on puts, and I just watched it go, and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. So that was kind of wild, honestly. And then we got up, to that trouble area, 5740s, and we definitely saw a few sellers come in. That's why I wore black today, because I'm going to the funeral for ES 5730s buyers from yesterday. Yeah. They lived a good life, Deli. They lived a good life, but we're all in mourning here. And then, then of course you got into, we bid that right back up. And, then the after hours stuff was just, I mean, that was wild. The trip up to the 5770s was just like, that's bait right there. Like, what are they doing? Where are they going with this? None of this is good. And then just, of course, we collapsed after that. So it was definitely a very interesting day. And I didn't know what to think about that open. I mean, like the trade setup, like it made sense, right? Right at that huge low volume node on the weekly profile that we talked about. And we wicked it right at the open and then just ran, and like it had that potential for that move, but it was pretty wild. That was a pretty wild open for sure.
It was. I mean, I was sitting here at my desk. I was chatting with Shy. We had Shab in studio. I was talking about. I had, how much I've been watching 5680. Every time they get up there, I keep buying puts, and so it went up there. I bought puts again right when we got above 5680. It was like middle of the day, and I'm sitting there going, man, this is, first of all, when I buy puts, I buy them to expect them almost to expire at zero, right? You don't want it to happen, right? You always want to get out with a little bit of something in there in case you're wrong. And I'm watching it in the afternoon, then I'm watching Leo and them, and I'm watching Merritt and Chad. Everyone's getting long, and I'm like, man, I am just, I'm like, I'm watching my puts just get destroyed.
It's the worst.
And I'm like,
all
this
the guys
is
you respect,
so
you're like,
painful right now. I'm going, I can't take this right now, right? And then I'm texting Shy, and I'm like, listen, I'm like, is there any news coming out? I'm like, you know what? So I'm thinking to myself, do I just dump these puts right now? I'm like, this thing is just going to keep going up, And I said, you know what? You bought them to go for zeros. Let it go. Literally, I'm sitting here, and next thing you know, bang. I mean, I go from out of the money to into the money so fast. I'm like, this is just stupid. And I put it even in a chat last night with Kane. I was like, I would never have been able to hold futures through almost any of that. Even if I was long going into that news, was just like, I mean, it was just, I was looking at the book going, I'm not even watching this right now. But what a turn of events. And, let's get into the charts today because I want to start off this morning. I'm going to get into some energy markets. And we talked about this with Shy this morning, everyone. And I think this is so important. What she told us, what's happening with tariffs is their plan is working, at least for now, in part, right? Let's not say it's working, it's going to work, right? For where we are right now, the things that they wanted to happen are happening. Weaker dollar, right? Rates down. They trying to drive energy costs lower, right? Staying away from semiconductors. Everybody was worried about that. So no tariffs on copper and all this and silver. Still supply and demand stories there, but for now, the things that they have wanted as an administration, as they've said to us clearly, they're not worried about the market because they believe that the market will take care of itself over time because that's what strong companies do. They'll figure it out. It's going to be interesting to see how they figure it out over this right now initially, but nonetheless, first thing we're going to go to is crude oil. And you look at crude oil, it's real big breakdown for me. You go from a very steady sideways to upward trend, potentially looking for a breakout to the upside. And now on my daily, you're below my blue, which is 68-ish, opens the door to 61 and change. Now, Shai talked about how they got double whammied, and you have a fundamental backdrop story right now for sellers of the rallies in crude oil. Watch for the news. Stay tuned into NinjaTrader Live throughout the day, and Shai will come up with anything, not necessarily today, that we would get this news, but watch for any sort of news coming from OPEC or anything like that to pump the brakes on a crude sell-off. But for now, fundamentally, a lot of reasons behind selling the rallies. And I want to next go to silver before I get into the indexes, because with silver, here's a market, Pharm, and I don't know how much you watch these markets, but like I have been watching silver. Silver right now is probably, I would say, top 3 or 4 markets I've seen either through chat or just through social media where people are talking about from the futures markets and how bullish everyone has been. And it's been a story that's been hard for me to find a way to get in. Now, Shai tells me that there's a backdrop still for more bullish prices in silver. I look at these pullbacks. I will watch today's daily close. 3220 is big support for me. I mean, we're just below it right now. If it can sustain a close above that, I might start to look to get long it. But if it fails to hold there, we can get down to like 3050. gets down to 30.50, I will be a buyer of silver for a swing position. I will discuss that on the network if that does happen. So that's the market I'm going to be going to. I'm not really interested too much in gold, even though gold's down $80 today. Still actually looks very bullish to me on the daily. 821.34, hat tip to my boys, Sati and Ripster. Love that the way that they look out, like their cloud formations. I put this on there. Actually, I have that on NinjaTrader, where we can see what that looks like. It's still bullish to me. I mean, gold has not come off enough to get me like juices flowing where I feel like I want to step into it. I looked at it this morning. I'm like, it's not like a total ripper where like they ran stops like they did in silver. I like to see that stop run. Gold to me is still trending fairly well to the upside. So, you know, in a nutshell, those are just things I wanted to cover before we get into equities. S&P, let's go there. So yesterday, Pharm, last night, I talked about first time we could see a potential limit down. And I don't know if you saw that tweet, but the reason I even said it was because of the way that they closed this. And then people are in chat are saying, well, you know, where's the percentage based off of? And when you look at it, so because the settlement, they ran into settlement, and then CME has a way of having settlement isn't necessarily the last price directly on the bell. There's a closing range that determines settlement. I'm sure Pax will probably chime in here in chat, as he was on the pick committee for S&P and for NASDAQ, I believe, and he could explain more about how that works. But ultimately, you had this bullish close and a gap lower, even though the price action was trading the whole way down. What ultimately happens is that now you have a potential where we're down 3.5%, 4%, and you might get those things hit. So it's not even necessarily that we've broken down that much, but it's like I almost feel like when we get near these limits, it's been 5 years. Somebody put that stat out on Twitter. I think it would be very interesting to see if the market just almost doesn't need a limit down here today. And I'm not saying that we're going to get it, but be wary of it. And if you're long and we go limit down, again, I'm not saying we're going limit down, everybody. Just, you know, so I want to make that clear. But know that because the percentages are the way they are, you have the possibilities of that happening. You cannot cover a long. You have to then go to the options market. So be very careful, like thinking that you could buy the limit and you can't lose. Because if we go limit down, you could open up another 50 to 100 lower in S&P, 500 lower in NASDAQ. Pax and I have seen that, and I don't know how many other people have been around long enough to know, but I've seen double limit downs. And again, I'm not saying that could happen, but after you go limit down, you don't know where we're going to open next. Just because you buy at the limit doesn't mean that that's the low. It could open up way lower after the limit. So psychologically, I wanted to like make sure people understand that that could happen. Now, when we get technicals, below 5680 Pharm, I've been saying it, 5312 is my target. I will continue to stay long puts and ride this wave out. Hard to do any sort of ads in this area or look for anything more for me to do, but I think rallies are just going to be sold. I don't think this story is going away. I think there's too much to digest for the markets. And when I look at everything across the board, NASDAQ, Russell, as I'm flipping through them, they all look the same to me. To me, they're all heading to their lower targets. I keep it really simple. The theme is nothing's changed in equities. All it did was get reinforced. That's the way I feel about it, right? I mean, the markets, I said this yesterday, we need really bullish news to pull us out of this. Otherwise, I think we're going for the lower targets. That's what it appears to be. Futures traders, be small and smart. Be very careful today. Going to be very, very busy. I anticipate it. Work your stops. You know, I think it probably can even trade two sides of the tape. I'd only look at rallies to sell unless we take out the overnight high, and maybe Pharm will give better context within all of that. I am just, you know, bearish. I think 5312 hits as long as we stay with daily closes below 5680. Yesterday was an anomaly on the close because it ripped into the news and then opened lower. So as far as I'm concerned, 5680s, no closes above it. Yesterday, I take it did because of what happened. Close above it, but ultimately it's not enough with the news to derail me from thinking 5312 is in play. So that's what I've got, Pharm. That's for me laying out the land for today. Let's turn it over to you. Let's see what you've got.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely didn't see, you know, comments about a limit down as being any kind of a doom posting. I mean, this is the most legitimate, you know, possibility that I've seen for years, right? And same for you, I'm sure. because of those reasons that you mentioned. I mean, we sort of gapped down 4%. I mean, there's a lot of people that haven't, it's not like a lot of funds are trading after hours in an illiquid market. I mean, there's a lot of managed money that has to make a decision at this open. And so you never know. And it doesn't need to be anything like a doom post, but it is the most legitimate possibility of that we've seen in quite a long time. So I think that's a legitimate risk. And I'm glad that you pointed out, how dangerous it can be to try to mess around with that. And, napkin math calculation, it sounds like your downside target's right about down 7% from yesterday's close. If napkin math in my head comes out right. So yeah, I mean, you never know. We talked yesterday about how, it's almost better to me if we just get a final capitulation puke, just wash everything out. There's nothing left to sell. You find a bottom when sellers don't have anything left to sell. You don't find a bottom in a meaningful, drawdown like this after 2.5 months of distribution. You don't find a bottom because, you and I decide to put in the floor and, lift the offer. I mean, that's not how it's going to work. Right. So that's what I've been looking for. And, kind of looks like they want that. And in terms of, levels, we've all got our levels. I've been looking right around 5,400 as one spot, let's say plus or minus 25, 57 or 53.75, 54.25. That's one big spot. And if not there, I think there's potential for 52.50s, as we mentioned yesterday, last year's volume point of control in the 52.40s, 52.60s kind of range. So, it's tough to imagine that we break from, now a couple of weeks range. If you see, just looking at the daily, it's possible that we come back in and reclaim. But I mean, looking what the yen's doing and looking now what twos are doing here and even just this last 30 minutes, they're just absolutely screaming risk off right now. And, we've seen, I think actually 2 days in a row, some of that reverse right at the open. And so, and then we've rallied in equities. And I think keep an eye on that because if, twos, if they're piling into twos at the open, it's probably not going to be a good look for equities. So no rush for me to buy the dip. I'll pull up my, weekly chart here. So you've got the profile. I mean, so we had talked about the 57.40s up here as being key to reclaim, and why we kind of needed to get back into the meat of the prior week, right? I mean, so on a weekly basis, this was the first sniff of any kind of meaningful supply, like at all, the first opportunity for any trapped longs to get out, and they got out. And now look at the this sort of rally that we staged off of this low, which looked amazing, and everybody thought, the bottom is in. Because what time was this, right? I mean, this is like nobody was open. And so I made the joke that if you think that Chester at the Hawaii desk and Refugio at the New Zealand desk are putting a floor in the markets right now, I don't know. I got a bridge to sell you, I guess. But, we were just down, a gazillion handles. So, no surprise, you got some covers and that happens. And so, at this point, again, I'm not trying to be a hero by the knife either. I feel like we don't need to make any predictions, but, if you were long, imagine your long calls into yesterday's close. And then especially the dirtiest part is that, if you don't have extended trading hours for options and your broker, and many don't, right? I think that big move higher, I think we closed it up there, for a lot of options trading on different platforms was right there. So you thought you were gold, right? And then boom. So, if you're long calls, you got to puke that. And if you haven't had an opportunity to exit other positions, you've got to puke that. So, it's going to be one of those situations, right? Where if you open, drive through the overnight low, see some continuation, you've got the twos screaming. And your APY is, holy cow. It is getting absolutely annihilated right now. Wow. Um, yeah, it's just, to me, it's just hands up the buy button. And like, again, like there's going to be fantastic longs, right? I mean, if you're really, really good at picking out when inventory just gets a little bit too short and a little bit too sleepy, there's, I mean, just massive and aggressive relief pops. But to me, if it's actively trending down, just stop, like just cover the buy button. I put out a matrix meme, you know, there is no spoon, right? And so right now where we're at here is there is no long, only covers for me. And I think he said the same thing, looking to sell rallies. It doesn't mean that like every little 5-minute lower high is a sell. But to me, that's the focus. And, you know, the best thing to do today is if you came into today short, you know, maybe, you know, you've got puts or whatever, is like just scale out on the way down, take some profits, however, you know, you see fit, and, you know, be done for the day. I mean, that's my plan, because we got extremely short 57, you know, that 57.39 tap, RTH, and then, you know, had to put on a diaper for that after hours action, you know, when they rallied up into the 57.70s. But that's why sometimes it's nice to be in puts, like you said. It's just like, you know, it is what it is, and you're not going to do anything about it. And obviously it worked out. So I am not looking to be a hero. I really do want to see what happens, you know, in that 53.75-ish, 5400 area, whether we get it or not. You know, we'll see. We hit some big spots, especially on NQ, actually. So I won't flip over to NQ chart because I'll just mention real quick. I like 18,604 to 18,650s. And I kind of like, you know, if it doesn't get there, 18,761 to 18,788, probably. And then, you know, ES, based on what NQ did last night, I think you probably hold 54.64 3/4 on the first touch, give or take a handle, but I think that's a relief pop to ultimately sell. So that's kind of where I'm at in terms of like big picture levels. Definitely would like to see. Do you remember 9/11 last year, Deli, the action on 9/11? Because that's the range that we're trading right now, basically, at the lows. Do you remember how crazy that day was? You may not, but like I'm never gonna forget it.
I don't.
Wow. So we opened. And we opened with like probably the nastiest sell you've ever seen. I mean, it looked like we were going to go 3 consecutive 30-minute periods with single prints. If I remember correctly, it was 3, maybe even more than that. And I mean, it was just ferocious puke. And then, you know, whatever time it was, I mean, just like on a dime, it was just like Thanos snapped his fingers, and then just the hand of God came in and then just lifted this thing to the heavens. Like, it was the most crazy intraday reversal that I had seen in a while anyways. And so that's kind of what
range
we're
in the
working
NASDAQ that day.
Yeah, it was insane, absolutely insane day. And I remember it because I just like, of course, I was, you know, we were we were short into it, and it was just like scale out on the way down, and then like I went to lunch, and so like I walked away and I didn't look, and I came back and I was just like, what happened? So that was a wild day, but that's the range that we're trading. And so, you know, the backside of that move was somewhat thin, right? Because it was just ferocious bid, you know, nothing all the way up. It was weird, that kind of bad structure on the way down, bad structure on the way up. But there are a couple of strong spots in there. And that's where NQ held, basically. If you go back on your non-back adjusted charts for me, anyways, if you go back to your 30-minute, you'll see like 819. Like, you'll see why we held there, pretty obviously. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of today, you know, we came up here. The spots that I was watching is right here. I mean, you've got the after hours low right here, which was like 66.25, I think it was. And then 63.5 was Monday's cash open. So again, that was kind of like your first sniff of supply. So this is going to be your first test. Obviously, if we decide to rally at the open. And, you know, as of now, I mean, you do have a nice tail, right, on your 30. And so like if I had seen something like this, cash hours and then a rally, you know, maybe I would have been interested. But to me, I think that's just you know, I call it a cover wick. if you're short into that and, you open the old computer right at the open and you see something like this, you're going to take some profit, I think. So, yeah, this is kind of your first step. And then like back up here, I'm still just going to say, like, I mean, unless we can get back up, above this spot that we've been talking about this week, again, call it like 56.12, 56.24, like absolute minimum. To me, it's sell the rip. And so like, if buyers show me that they can, make higher highs and higher lows back above, this 56.12, 56.24-ish area, then there's, probably some pain for late sellers. But yeah, 55.63 half to 55.66 and a quarter. Then like 55.80 to 85 probably. Just kind of looking at my notes. That was the 5 p.m. close. And then we've got today's open. I mean, look at this. I mean, look at the move off today's open, right? Yesterday's open. That buy side initiation, all of this strength now bagged. So, I mean, if you've ever, talked about, why support turns into resistance, I mean, this is why, right? All this aggressive buying above this spot. So to me, it's going to be a short on pops until we're firmly basing back above this spot, and then probably is, some relief there. So until we go lower and get some fantastic puke, it's not about levels to me. If we're in the process of a capitulation puke and longs just they're forced, right? They're forced out. Then levels just don't quite matter as much. I'm looking at like monthly levels, for me, to even like consider areas to cover, areas to like maybe monitor for a swing low. So it's definitely like your minor support resistance, however you trade. Today's probably not the day for that. So it's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, the Bulls just have so much ground to cover to regain any momentum. Any rally that I see this morning is, I look at it and go, you're just within this still big downward move that's going to be occurring. I mean, I'm so far away from seeing anything on my daily chart, which is where I look at the most to see any sort of hope for the Bulls. I mean, yeah, I mean, anything is possible. I mean, you're almost hoping for a headline if you're long today to hold on, because if it does start to fade, again, I go back to, I'm not saying we're going to go limit down, but there's just not a lot to stop it here. I mean, I went back and looked at where we were last August, because this is what we're getting into that price, those prices that we haven't seen in some time, which August is really not that long ago. But you go back and look at where we were in S&P and NASDAQ during those times, and it's just like the ranges were really wide, really big. And, we're just kind of in the middle of those candles right now. It's just like, it's hard for me to find anything right here besides 53.12 in the S&P to where I think they would stop, again, because this is what happens when you have, we had so much leading up to this news. We had all these different things, and the markets technically, I think, we're finding potentially a low, right? Yesterday, the market was searching for good news. I said this yesterday on stream. Unless this news is really good, we're probably a sell the rally again. It appeared as though maybe that's what was going to happen initially with the tariff news, even though I was sitting here, I was long, like I said, I was long the puts, and I'm sitting there typing to Tracy and Shy, and I'm going, is anything like, this doesn't sound like news new to me, and it wasn't. And ultimately, this thing is just ripping higher. I'm like, well, they're going to close at zero. And I'm just kind of like, I'm toast. And ultimately, when the real news hit, again, I felt if it was just as expected or at least a little bearish, 53.12 is where I think we're going in the S&P. And, and now, according to Tracy, everything that they wanted working, and we discussed this so much this morning as far as the dollar, what they're getting a weaker dollar that they wanted. They're getting rates to start to come down. They're getting, pullback in, what do you call it? In energy, you're seeing they're not doing the tariffs on copper, on silver, and things of that nature. That's working for them. And Basent said he's not worried about the market. Well, guess what? The market is obviously worried about adjusting to this, and so I think this plays into where we are in Q1. At the beginning of Q2 now, it's flight to safety, and equities are not in favor. So gets really interesting. We've only got a minute left, Pharm. I know that you and I have talked so much, like you have to go to your bigger picture levels on a day like today. Last minute thoughts before we let you go for today.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think that's it. I mentioned a couple of spots on NQ that I would be watching. Maybe on ES, I would add, specifically 54.25-ish. But on a non-back adjusted chart, you kind of have a trash low at like 54.10 and 12. There was like 2 daily lows sitting there. And I would love to clean those up. But I'm calling it, I mentioned 54, 64 and 3/4. You could call that a range up to really 54.80. And that's the same structural element that held the current overnight low on NQ. And as we've talked about a few days, sometimes you can watch the other indices and how they behave in certain situations at certain structural elements to get a clue for how the others might behave. So I am interested to see how reactive that spot is. So 64 3/4 to 79-ish on ES, which isn't much of a lower low relative to the current overnight low. So could make things interesting if that spot holds early in the morning. But if it doesn't, I like 54.32 is an area of interest, 54.25-ish. And then I want those lows taken at 54.12 if they really get out of hand. And they don't need to do it all at once. I mean, we still have NFP tomorrow, so maybe we just pause and we just find some consolidation here. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Pharm, thank you so much. This is our Friday for you and I, so we're done for the week. We will see you in chat and on social media. Make sure you give Pharm chat the thumbs up, hit the like button. It's always a pleasure being with you every morning, Pharm. Really enjoy your perspective. Have a great trading day and a great weekend, my friend.
We'll see you, Dylan. You take care.
All right, everyone. Tanya Army, get ready. We are going to be bringing in the one and only Tanya Trades. She's got purple today. Man, sometimes I'm wondering what the color background might be indicating what you're if you're bullish, bearish, neutral. And that reminds me, go to the chat, everybody. Bullish, bearish, neutral. Get those votes in. Tanya loves to see them. Right now, it's leaning bearish, Tanya. It's leaning bearish. Good morning.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, if I have purple on, it basically means I'm not bullish, I guess. Yeah, and I don't like to put red because I'm like, I don't want a red P&L for bearishness. So, yeah, I mean, and typically I'll put green for like, you want a green P&L. And however, like that doesn't really go with I'm totally not bullish. So. It's quite a dump we're working with now. I think we're down 3% from yesterday's close. Yeah, so can get right into it. I had to go to the weekly chart.
Yeah, let's get right into it
today. Like you said, there's not much on the daily, so I'm just looking. I started marking out like this weekly wick from August. And then I'm looking at like 50% of that wick as a potential area to get to. It's like 54.0825 on ES. And like 58.95, 595 for NQ is totally possible. And if that doesn't hold up, we're gonna go for that wick low, pretty much. I mean, here is where you had that divergence in August where NASDAQ took out these lows and ES made a higher low, and then we continued to have that reversal back to the upside. So now that everything is going bearish, I'd target these lows in the coming weeks. I mean, I think 1800 is totally possible for the NASDAQ. So then we go to the daily. Yeah, it looks quite ugly. Like you said yesterday, I think Pharm just said it. Yeah, we closed up here actually, and during after hours, we completely dumped during the Liberation Day speech, and not so surprising. It was like a pump and dump, pretty epic in that way. But yeah, if you don't have puts coming into today, it's a little bit difficult to be shorting on when we're down 3%. So have to take a look up the 4-hour now. Yeah, I mean, you have this Asia low to work with, which we're dumping towards. I mean, yeah, it doesn't really look like it's catching any sort of bid. It could continue to puke today, like capitulation. If everyone dumping their longs, if that's the case. But yeah, I will be ready. I wouldn't be, yeah, I'm also, yeah, I wouldn't be really longing much today. Unless if it's a retracement, then I'd be looking for a shift to go short it lower. We created that, gap from here from 5 to 6 as we opened up at 6 p.m. lower for both indices. So let's see how much we filled with that actually. For ES, a little bit less than half. I think, let's see NQ. I think we completely filled it actually. So I mean, I do like that Asia and London pretty much consolidated for the indices. So we had like this expansion, consolidation. It could make way for another expansion today. It wouldn't be out of the question. Like you said, a limit down, that's when we're down like 5% on the day, right? That is possible. I don't know. Actually, I don't think I've lived through it. I think it came close to it once on a limit down day, but we didn't get there. So that would be a fun thing to experience in my career. But I don't know. Yeah, I'll be ready for it.
That's the one thing, Tanya. I wanted to I want to talk about that just for a quick second, just because as more and more people come in here, we've been talking about this morning. The one thing
Yeah.
about limit down that people have to understand is that when we go limit down, we're at the limit is what we used to do. And if you're at the limit, that means that you can only buy. And so some people think if you buy it at the limit that you can't lose money because it's limit down. Well, what happens is it goes through a period before the market then reopens, and then it's repriced. So it goes like you would see on the Sunday night open. And many of you have probably witnessed a Sunday night open where all of a sudden it's closed and then we reopen. So
Yeah.
ultimately, how you would, and people are asking me, well, how do you know how far much lower we're going to be going? We don't have options here at Ninja, but you want to go to the options market because that's where it will tell you how much further we're going, right? So if you see where the calls and the puts are and relative to, it'll show you basically where the at the money would be. And so as we go, if we were to go limit down, the options market's the only really place to hedge a futures position. So if you're long into a limit down, you can't sell. And so I just want people to know and understand that, you can't buy, just like people thought you could buy crude at zero and you couldn't lose money. That's not the way things work, right? In futures, we go limit down, we could open up another 1 to 2% lower on the reopen. So I just wanted to make sure that people knew and understand that.
Yeah, and they pause the market for 15 minutes or longer. I think it's 15 minutes, right?
I believe it's just 15 minutes. And what happens is
Yeah.
as long as it stays it has to stay limit down for a period of time of that time. So like it can't go at the limit and then go bid, right? And so there's this, it can't go like at the limit and then it go rally 5 handles and then I've seen it go at the limit again. It's got to stay at the limit the whole time, just so also people understand that.
Okay, I understand that now. That's great. Yeah, and those that do trade prop firms and such, like be aware that if that does happen, then you can't trade those accounts. For their risk purposes, if we had a limit down, you cannot be trading your prop accounts after that. Just if anybody in the audience, just to remind them. Yeah, you have this Asia low. I mean, ES, yeah, we're going towards it. We filled this gap, and we're dropping further. So this is like where you start using your standard deviations to the downside, and where I do, yeah, and like I have my monthly levels out, my weekly levels, and yeah, I'm gonna be careful not to be trying to catch falling knives. I mean, if I just see the way that I approach a day like this is like, yeah, if there's a really small time frame market structure shift, I'm not taking that on the reversal. Like you can really get sucked into like a 1 minute reversal that's just like a small retracement and then immediately get dumped on and times like that. So I I personally don't do anything like that unless we cross like an important level back to the upside, which I think I had like something similar to Pharm there. Yeah, we would have to cross back above like honestly 56.44 for me to even consider to get back up. Because like yeah, we could come up into here and still reject again. So if we came back up to 56.50s, then that's only way I would get long, honestly. Otherwise, it could just be a retracement back into this gap, back into these lows here on ES on the 60-minute. But yeah, that being all said, it is also the day before NFP. I don't really love trading day before NFP because it's kind of the same thing with some people are waiting for the news, like to put on larger positions, and kind of like before FOMC as well. So I'm gonna go smaller size because we're having larger ranges today, and then also it's the day before NFP. I prefer to just wait until after NFP. But I'll still be, reading price action and everything. Even if we take out these pre-market highs and London highs, I would still be bearish on ES and NQ. And on NQ, for me, I'd have to get back above this area, 56, 19,491 for me to look back longs. Because right now we're making new lows. We made what was yesterday? Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday high of the week. Right? Yeah, yesterday's Thursday, today's our Friday, like you said. Yeah, we made a Wednesday high of the week, and now we're below Monday's low. We're down on the weekly candle. We're continuing trend lower. There's no reason why I would be fighting this to go long. If I think that when a Thursday and Friday can continue the trend downwards, especially now, we just started this dump, this reversal. So I'm not looking for another reversal right after it. And yeah, for here, so I have 18,595 for NASDAQ. Let's look at the daily actually. So I remember like we have to start looking at August lows and such. And even here, yeah, I like this level, yeah, to 18,465, this low here. Yeah, and I would honestly, if this low gets taken out, yeah, it would probably go for this one. 1800 is my target for NASDAQ in the coming days, really.
Mine too.
Yeah. I think Kane as well too. Yeah, I think he said he had
Oh,
puts.
Keynes too. That's right. I know.
Yeah, he said he
Yep.
wants 1800s as well. Yeah, and there's no reason to be contrarian in this kind of environment. Even yesterday, I think I took the same exact trade as Kane and just took a small stop out, and that was it because I was looking for more down. I think a lot of people were bearish yesterday morning as well, and I just waited until after the speech to dump, and that's what happens sometimes. And you don't you just move on. You can't get too frustrated if you have puts into today. You're doing good. If you feel like don't feel like you missed the move, there's plenty of action coming. I feel like this is just the beginning. We're going to have large ranges, like you said, in August. We're already having those large ranges on the daily, and we're going to continue it. So that being said, if you're going to have larger ranges, you're going to have wider stops. So make sure to size appropriately. You can't have like the same exact sizing as before with smaller stops. But yeah, I'm going to be looking for more downside, especially I'll have this pre-market low. See if we break it, this Asia low. And how do we break it quickly to have more continuation? We already filled this gap up. I mean, we don't have to make another manipulation here, but that's totally possible as well, though, since you have a consolidation here. You could have a little retracement up during the open and then, failure and drop back down. That would be ideal, but I'm also just aware that it's a super fast market right now, so it could just continue lower without many retracements. And in those cases, sometimes you just have to get in on that little retracement, accept the risk, and continue holding for your targets to the downside. So that's something that I'll likely end up doing if it's a large down day. Sometimes we just have it run away and it just retraces into like a 1 minute point of interest and continues lower. So yeah, I'm bracing myself for large ranges today and fast reactions. Like if people are covering, then there's going to be large pullbacks as well. But it wouldn't really make me switch my bias to longs unless we, got back above these levels. So that's my outlook. I think it's going to be a very fun day, interesting day. You might get tired today
Yep.
from watching all the candles. Everybody, like, be aware of how of your energy after the session, or like, I think it might be a day where people like sit at their computers for the entire day. Just remember to take some breaks, etc. Because I know I like to be sometimes. Yeah, these candles, they're so interesting and there's so much action that you're glued to your screen. But be aware of your own mental focus so that because it is a finite resource. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't stress enough two things that will take away not from the charts that you said today. Position sizing, understand volatility, take your position sizing down in really volatile markets.
Yeah.
Again, Tanya and I talked about the potential for a limit down. We're not saying it's going limit down, but be aware that if it does go limit down or near it, you are aware of how it works. Okay.
Yeah.
I know people saying that we're saying limit down, but again, it's just anything's possible. Because the way that it's set up yesterday and that rally into the sell-off overnight, we're closest we've been in some time. And the last thing, like Tanya said, get up and take breaks. Even if they're 2-3 minute breaks, walk around, get that body moving. You're the best, Tanya. I appreciate it so much every morning. This is our Friday. So have a wonderful trading session on
Thank
your
you.
channel, and have a wonderful weekend. And we'll see you on Monday.
I appreciate it. Have a great day.
All right, Tanya Army, give us the hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe because we are on here Monday through Thursday from 9 to 9:15 with Tanya. And without further ado, we got my boy Chris in here, Trading Boxes, who slayed it last week. Dude, that session was amazing. How are you? We got Chris on mute. We can't hear him. I can't hear him. See if we can get Chris here.
Sorry, I was
off
still
of mute
muted.
for a second.
Okay,
Yeah.
I should be good.
Well, we can hear you now, my brother. Great to have you.
Likewise. Yeah, it was a good trade last week. The man with the plan. Thanks, Shab. Yeah, we caught that failed breakdown. It came down, bought it, reversed back up. Great. Today might be a little bit more difficult. We might have to practice some patience, just because it could be a tricky day, as we know what it could turn into.
Yeah. Well, it's great to have you here on a day like today. We talk about this with all of the people at NinjaTrader Live. I mean, obviously, I've gone through and looked at all of you and gotten to know all of you over some years, some short periods of time, and there's a consistency across all of the traders. And really, you are, fantastic at patience, fantastic at your plan, and really setting the tone for a trading day. So it's really great to have you here on a day like today. We're only, I think, less than 15 minutes into the open. I'm curious to see what your trading plan is, and walk us through, as you do, with your drawing tools and your setup. What are we looking at for today?
Yeah, let's get to it. So, sharing the 4-hour chart here, both ES and NQ. Yesterday, just to give you a quick summary of this structure, we were in a 4-hour wedge. We were consolidating for the event that we were coming into. We broke out. I have ES here on the left, by the way. We broke out. Let me make it bigger. And then we had a huge failed breakout once everything happened and we got the new tariff schedule. It would, these tariffs were higher than expected, and we saw a huge reversal back down here. So similar with NQ, we broke out, we pushed back down lower. So now ES is flirting with this 55. Well, it did overnight. If you guys remember from last week's plan, we had this huge failed breakdown from 555 and then just broke out higher. We back tested it again on Monday and just bounced again. So we broke below it today. We pushed up into it, which now became resistance. So my sort of larger view plan for yesterday or last night was, hey, can we reclaim this 555 in this green scenario or find resistance overnight and push down to new lows? So we can see that from a supply resistance perspective, it acted as resistance, no failed breakdown again, and rejected lower. Similar structure for NQ. The zone that sort of had a reclaim was the March low. You can see that it back tested it, saw a failed breakdown here and reversed back up. We back tested it in the overnight session, couldn't really get above it and rejected back down. So we're now confirming a downward continuation, which of course we could have expected, but it sort of makes sense that from a technical view, we can see that exactly how that's playing out. In order to continue lower, we need to have the 9MA or just these resistance zones continue to act as resistance and find acceptance at the lows and push lower. Let me switch into the hourly now to sort of give the plan for today. So that's our larger time frame. On this hourly, we have a wedge that we were forming in ES overnight. NQ a little bit similar, but due to it being weaker, we did see a breakdown faster. The main line in the sand for this is the 55.29 area, which you can see these scenarios split from higher to lower here. And for NQ being the 0.20s. And let me just show that 29 area. We can see that whenever we got into it, we found resistance, we got above it support again, and then we had resistance and a failed breakout 5 minutes before I got on, so I completely missed this short. But you can see how that resistance level acted beautifully, and it's now pushing price lower. So the main structure for that is, hey, that's the bull bear zone. If we cannot reclaim it, which we couldn't in just, let's say an hour ago, we're going to continue lower. And we're seeing scenario 2 here play out where it's a continuation lower into possibly test these overnight lows. There's a possibility where we can bounce and maybe see some chop going into the open, or we sell off right away. And that would be something like scenario 2.1. We find acceptance at these lows, and I'm looking for a 54.41. We can certainly go lower if we are in a just everybody sell at the open kind of move. And 1 second, I think there might be a setup here for me. I do like the short, but I don't know how it's going to act at the open. So we find acceptance at the lows, and then we look down for 54.40, even lower if we can't reclaim. For NQ, it was the 0.20 level. You can see how price interacted this whole time. We got down below it or right at it, struggled, found acceptance, broke out higher, support, higher, failure to hold, resistance, failed breakdown, resistance, push lower. So that's a very clear line in the sand for us on the short side. If we were to reclaim that later in the day, then, from a classic technical supply and resistance view, that's telling us higher. Of course, we need acceptance there because of the kind of environment that we're in. So it's not an easy, hey, we're in an uptrend, let's just get long on the first test into that resistance, right? We need a lot of acceptance in order to believe that we are going to push up higher. Since then, we've been following scenario 2. We now need acceptance down here, or there's a chance that we can sort of bounce back up and back test those resistance levels. I don't think so, just because of the day the open that we might have. And acceptance at these lows brings us down to 715 and 560. I do have a major level here at 250 to 280, so it would be somewhere in this area. That's my main target that I've had, but don't know if we get that today. Don't know what kind of sell-off we get, but those are sort of the structures that I'm looking at from a trend following perspective. Everything is saying down unless we do reclaim that bull bear zone line, 55.29 in ES and 0.20 in NQ. That's pretty much what it's looking like for me via trend, right? You guys know I'm a heavy believer in trend, and I track that extremely well in order to align the best as possible.
When you look at S&P versus NASDAQ, is there any divergences? Is there anything sticking out to you that could cause for possibly indicating a low with them at all? I mean, what I look for is when the indexes are working together, are we all moving lower in symmetry, right? Are all of my indicators showing us the same thing? Is there any indication at all that we're seeing, any sort of divergences and maybe across all the indexes to saying that this thing can slow down, or is it just, are they all working very similar on your charts right now?
I think they're working very similar. I don't see one right now. We did see one into that first initial drop, maybe, when was it? Into the 31st, because NQ did make that new low while ES didn't. So that was a very strong divergence, and it really gives a good indication at a reversal, right? That bounce that we had. At the moment, I don't see one right now. Maybe possibly going into the open, we can see NQ is almost flirting with those lows. I mean, ES is still a little bit higher, so there is some sort of divergence, which to me just indicates that tech is really seeing most of the selling here. And of course, the Mag 7 and cyclicals, oil, financials, utilities, something that ES tracks really well, holding up a little bit better as they tend to do in these sort of environments. But at the moment, not exactly.
Would that mean looking at shorts today, you'd favor NASDAQ over S&P?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm a big relative strength trader. I do that for my swing trading. I want to be in the leaders. And for futures, if NASDAQ is leading, I want to be in that versus ES. If it's leading to the downside, I want to be in that as well.
Yeah. One of the biggest mistakes I think people will make is that they'll want to buy the weak one to catch up with the strong one in a falling market. And it just doesn't work that way. Whoever's leading to the downside is the one you want to be short. In my personal opinion, you don't want to be long the one that's the weaker. If anything, if you're looking to take a long, you take a long in the one that is stronger relative to the other one, because that one is showing that it's holding support. You don't look at the catch-up game. And if you're trading one index or over the other and you're looking at it for clues, then just be consistent in what you're looking for, right? I think, drifting from one into the next intraday for either catch-up or for reasons that you don't have setting your plan is just a recipe for bad decision-making that just puts a lot of people in spirals. When we get really busy, all of those bad tendencies I've seen, Chris, over the years with traders, this is when they start to show up, right? Oh, NASDAQ didn't make a new low. Let me buy the NASDAQ, even though it's been leading lower all day. Next thing you know, it rallies 5-10 ticks, and next thing you know, they get blasted. And they're just like, just getting steamrolled for ticks, trying to make a few ticks, they just get crushed. So have your plan and execute it, and you're the man when it comes to that. And so coming into the open now, we've got just 2 minutes to go. I'm going to just head out here right as the bell rings, but any final thoughts that you're looking for right here on the open just to lead everybody into today's trade?
I would say just be a little bit patient. Don't, take your 2 losses for the day in the first 15 minutes. So be patient. I have to be patient just because I need to interact at the zones that I know where the highest probability of a rejection or reversal is. So I need to wait for that. But yeah, practice patience, manage your risk. Like Tanya said, the spreads are wider. So as you guys see, I'm down to the 2 minute. I'm going to be trading on the 2 minute just so I could minimize that spread as best as possible and have less exposure of risk on my account for these trades.
Yep. Breathe, take breaks. I think one of the things that we don't realize as traders that we sit on our machines all day and we're sitting there looking at it, we're not breathing. Take breaths throughout the day. I know I'm going to go pour myself an espresso, and as I've been saying to everybody this week, I'm going to go behind the glass, sit down, and watch you stream. Chris, it's always a pleasure to have you on NinjaTrader Live. I can't wait to see the stream today.
Awesome. Thanks so much. You enjoy that espresso over there as you watch all of us every day.
All right, everybody. I will. Cheers, my brother. All right, I'll see y'all.
Take care. All right, guys, let's see what we get for the open. We have 2 minutes here. So you guys have my plan. you know, where it looks like we might get a small pop into the open. I'm looking at that 55.29 zone right here and the 0.20 in NQ. So if I'm looking for shorts, that is where I'm looking for. We did have a beautiful failed breakout here, and where I typically would have enacted a trade, but just beautiful draw. Look, that gave you 4R. I got on the computer a little bit too late, so now I just have to wait and see what we get into the open. Let's see, 4-hour is almost oversold. I will say, you know, on the weekly, we do have some divergences on the weekly. So maybe I could have brought up with Anthony. All right, let's see. All right. Those are a lot of alarms. Sorry if you hear those alarms. Those are charts going off nonstop on all these gaps that we're getting. I do swing trade, so I have to, you know, track those things as well. All right, so we're getting push up. We're bouncing into the NQ 020 and then ES resistance here. Let's see how we do. And let's see if a short sets up there. NQ strong off the open. Let me see what SPY and QQQ are doing. All right, we're into those bull bear zones. This is where we really will know if buyers do want to take it higher or not. I need to wait for my setup. As you guys know, I see Leo and Merritt really enter at those edges, right? The edges, their edge is at the edge, and I don't enter like that. So I have to wait for a structure here for my reversal setup to form, which to me, you know, confirms if we are finding resistance. If we're not, then we're just going to continue higher. And then I have to wait to see, okay, how does it look like when we sort of back test it, right? Can we sort of get back higher, back test it from above, hold, and push up higher? Or is this going to be that resistance and, you know, create a lower high? Then I get my entry set up, and then we push back down, and I would essentially be looking for new lows, but strong open. Need to wait to see how it plays out. Let me show the hourly here again. So it might be a slow open from you guys this morning. We're seeing a failed breakdown so far in ES off that wedge. It came down to test this 54.91, and we're bouncing, attempting to reclaim that 55.29 and pushing up to the top. NQ reclaiming, or again, attempting to reclaim that 0.20. If so, then scenario one would sort of trigger for me, and I'll be looking to participate in that. But we'll see what happens. What are you guys trading here? Let's see. Yeah, they're buying them. So we're over 29, we're over 20 in NQ. Looking for these two scenarios here. Mm-mm-mm. Let's see how we can interact here. Qs are back testing. You know, the big, so while these are the bull bear zone lines, I don't think I went over the big area to reclaim it. Oh, I did in ES. The big area to reclaim is the 55 area. From a larger time frame structure, reclaiming that would sort of give us a big push up into 5600. For NQ, it's this 139, which was March low, 139 to 170 area, which is right around here. Reclaiming this will really give us, you know, change at least the short-term overnight structure to give us a push back up into the 320s, 330s up here. Something like that. But right now it's flirting with the bull bear zone. Let's see what we get. There's a delta divergence in ES versus NQ. Like the strength in ES and NQ weaker. So let's see if I can get my reversal set up here in NQ to look for a short. As we are into that bull bear zone, what we need to form here in order to break out higher is acceptance prior to, similar to this. Let me make this a little bit bigger. So you see the interaction here, resistance, attempts to break out, rejects, find support. I do like the short here. Let me see if we can get the setup. I need a 9 MA higher low in order to execute on it. So these are my two scenarios here. Either we find acceptance above it or we reject. We need a higher low here. If you guys remember my drawings from last week, I essentially right now we're in a higher high, higher low structure. Right, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. The higher low needs to fail in order for us to know from a trend perspective that we are moving lower, right? So I don't want to front run a hold here. But I am liking it. Let's see how it looks. Now the spread here between the lows and the highs is 985. It's pretty wide. My average stop, you know, in NQ is 30, 35 points in a normal VIX environment. Higher VIX environment, we're looking at 60, double that. If you look at this, this is 55 to, let's call it 985. So you're looking at like 70, 75 points. So let's see. No rush here because we need to first form that higher low, which we're sort of forming here, and then really break back below that if we are to find resistance in this area, similar to the pre-market. If we form acceptance here, then it might want to continue higher. We have an inside candle on the 5-minute. 19,177, the high of the day. The overnight session. Yeah, it looks like it. All right, we're holding, but I don't have the structure that I need. You know, I'm very rules-based, and I do need to wait for that structure. If I don't, you know, I need to wait for my entry model to form and then trigger in order for me to manage risk on that idea consistently. If I'm, for myself at least, I know myself, right? If I don't apply that sort of discipline, then I'm just going to be trading things that look good. In a 3-candle consolidation here in both NQ and ES is not enough time for me to know that it's acceptance, right? I need a structure that I know that confirms acceptance per my rules to show up here in order for me to know, hey, we are forming acceptance, and then we can break out. So far, we don't have that. You know, I track these consolidations. I've done studies. This is a normal 9MA consolidation. The 9MA is in yellow. 3 to 6 candles is a normal 9MA consolidation. You know, think of that as your daily flag. We break out on the daily, and you have a 3 to 5 day consolidation as it breaks out. That's pretty much what this is. Now, when this stops forming, which will be at the 5th or 6th candle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we already have that now. Then we can sort of say, okay, this 9MA consolidation of higher highs, higher lows is complete. And then maybe then we can get our either push higher or reversal lower. So I'm looking here for a higher low to short. Let's see what we can get. Oh, I just noticed on the 2-minute in ES, we are seeing that break lower. Let me. So we're into that 9MA here. We have our higher low. I'm going to look to short if we can break below that. If not, it means that we're going to remain with this higher high, higher low structure. Higher high, higher low, and then push up higher into that 130s, 170s area that I brought up, which was that March low into that next resistance area. Similar with the ES, we have our higher high, higher low structure. Can we hold and push up higher, or fail and push lower? Okay, so that's pretty much my plan for this area that I'm looking to engage in. Let's see if we can reject. All right, let's see what takes place here. I have 1.5R here to exit. I will be looking for new lows if we are able to push lower. If we don't break lower from here, then that's just telling me that we are going to be forming acceptance. Like at that point now, we'll form acceptance, and then it will break out higher. I'm risking, I risk 1% of the account on every trade. I am probably a little bit slower paced on that for that reason. You know, I am so focused on just percentage growth over a quarter or over a year. You know, 1% is 1R. If I can make 15, 20R in a month, that's a good month for me. Even 15%, you know, a month, that's a lot. But I know others don't look at it like that. Let's see what we get. Just looking at some other stuff. What do we think? Do we think it drops? So far, initial reaction here for this 29 zone and this 0.20 zone in NQ is a little bit of a rejection. Now we have to wait to see, hey, can we find support into this pullback into VWAP? If so, then that's going to start to create this dance around this resistance zone. And then it might mean that we do get acceptance up here and we break out higher. Let's see though. Qs are flirting with March lows. ES SPY at March lows as well. Let's see if we can break this support area. ES is a little bit weaker. We need NQ to really break here. All right, give us that drop. Come on. I guess it's the opposite of that Creed song, right? ES weaker now. It's leading the move lower. Into VWAP here, it's you know, typically into these sort of rejections, I do want to see a little bit of a faster push lower because that will confirm the zone, but we're holding here pretty well. Oh, you know what? We might hold it. Let's see. At least give us a new low, right? For SPY and Qs. There was a great entry right as that higher low failed in NQ. But if we cannot break lower, then we're going to form acceptance and we are going to want to, you know, attempt to break out higher. But we don't have, you know, I don't have a structure for that at the moment. No market internals, just this RSI and delta, just to look for divergences. Since, you know, I do focus on reversals a lot. You can see that we did have a divergence in NQ here. We had new highs in NQ and delta made new lows. New highs in, oh, sorry, equal, no, a little bit of a lower low, lower high in ES. And then delta did not make, you know, sort of the same. NQ, RSI for NQ did have a divergence as well. So I look for that in order to say, okay, can we, you know, is this new higher move invalidated? Okay, I see it, Deli. Yes, yes, I agree. So to me, you know, place trade location, great. This is that bull bear zone line where it's in this range that we were in. It has the highest probability of rejection or acceptance, right? Because acceptance will mean we push up into the other side of the range. Rejection will mean that we push back down. Now, due to the strength of the buying, maybe this becomes a higher low and we push up back again into the zone. But the initial reaction here is good. We did have divergence up into these new highs, so that's a good deal for me to get short on. But we'll see. You know, it's sort of fighting right now. Just have to wait it out and see what happens, really. Can't have all these hairs here for my dog. Shab, is that you, Shab, or someone else? It's not the same name. What Creed song? Well, if it is this Shab, then you know what Creed song we're talking about here. All right, give us new lows here. Come on. I'm looking at SPY and Qs. So obviously, I want new lows here for ES and NQ as well. But you know, I do look at SPY and QQQ as well, just out of habit from swing trading my whole lot, not my whole life, but all right. It looks like we're holding here. We went into this 43 zone. We can't really break down. So now what I want to see is yeah, this looks like it's not going to break. That was a good higher low on the 5-minute. So if we can dance around here and form acceptance, then I'll be getting out of this short and I'll be looking to get long. But we're now what we need to see is, like I said, a lower low, lower high structure to push lower, but we're seeing a strong bounce on that. And it makes me think that we're not really going to be rejecting. But let's just give it a bit of time. I don't have an entry set up here for a long. Yeah, this is going to bounce. Might close it here. Going to highs of days. I like it. Not a fan of this structure here on this short. I'm going to close it. And I am going to look for some form of acceptance here. We should have seen a strong rejection here, but we're not. So then my continuation setup to look for a long higher or lower, right, instead of a reversal, which is what I traded, is a wedge structure, which means that this higher highs, higher low structure, it failed here, pushed lower, and now it should create a wedge. And that will mean that there is no trend through time right now, which there really isn't. And it will set up a break. Now we do have news in a couple minutes. Let's see if we can. ES is so weak compared to NQ. Was that the better short? So SPY and Q are in a small consolidation since the open, and one of the go-to setups for that I like is to short or long the break of that. Let's see what takes place. Unless we have a top, I have if-then scenarios. What are you? My moving averages are a 9 MA and then a 20 and a 50 EMA, which change, well, they're EMA clouds. So NQ is forming that acceptance. It does want to break out higher. You know, this could be choppy. We are in the overnight range area. So let's just give it a bit more time for the next trade idea. And Q just doesn't want to break. Delta and ES is a bit better. NQ. We have news in a bit, right? Let me check. Oh gosh, 1 second, guys. Today's Thursday. Yeah, we have ISM services PMI. I'm gonna have to get short here again. So ES is seeing that move that we were looking for. The entry for that was here. For NQ, it is leading the move lower. Let me, if we can bounce up here, I'm going to take a short. Look at that. ES was the one that was leading this time. NQ was weaker. All right. We have news in a bit, guys. Shai's going to be coming on for a sec to talk on that. I'll see what we get here. Right? I'm going to wait for that. Let's see what this looks like. We're continuing to form this wedge here in the meantime. Just have to be patient here into this zone that we keep consolidating around in NQ. ES is weaker. Look at that. NQ acting like it wants to lead. But so far, we're still stuck in that same opening range for as far as since the open. SPY did make a new low, so we do have a divergence versus, you know, there is a divergence here between ES and NQ. All right, we have news here. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I don't either, Deli. We're at resistance. We're struggling to get above it. Let's see what news is.
Hey, Chris, just
Hey,
dropped
Shai.
in to give you this. Hey, just dropped in to give you the numbers for S&P Global U.S. Services PMI. We had 54.4 versus 54.2 expected, and then ISM Services, which just came out, was 50.8. Expected was 52.9. So lower than expected, but still it's above 50. We're still in expansionary range.
Cool. Thanks so much.
All right. See ya.
Bye. Take care. Sounds like a non-event so far. Yeah, I love that. NES. But look, NQ keeps holding. You know, we are in a little bit of a choppy area. I think for that short, it was great placement. We had the divergences. Delta didn't confirm that push higher, but we're just back in chop. If you look at the overnight structure, we're back in this range. Look at that. We're in this sort of so let's see if we can get a break. I still favor the downside. Wow, RTY down 5.25. Yeah, nobody wants to own that thing. I think 2020 was the last time I traded that. So far, just a little bit of chop. ES weaker. We are in this wedge in NQ that I do want to. The last 3 hours in ES and NQ are just back to back. Let's see if we can get a rejection here in NQ. Just sideways so far, guys. I like the downside. Let's see what happens here. Look, here's SPY, here's Q, 5-minute chart. Nothing has happened since the open. I do like this short. Let's see if we can break down here. Give us a break to new lows. All right, there we go. We're getting some action. Let's see if we can push down to new lows now. So I'm going to manage this breakdown very close, very tight, guys. I am looking for a 2-minute lower low, lower high here and breakdown. If that does not happen, I am going to be moving my stop right away here, just because I'm not trying to get stuck in chop, right? So let's see, we get a breakdown here. Let's get some volume come in. If it's going to be choppy, you know, I'm not going to want to stay in this. You know, I don't know if you guys remember, but I am an hourly trend trader. I am looking to participate in hourly trends, and I look for the 2-minute or the 5-minute to execute on. If there's no hourly trend, then per my approach, it's chop, and we are in a range, right? So at the moment, it is choppy. If there is no breakdown and no hourly trend lower, right, that brings price lower, then I am going to not participate. I need a trend. And for now, it's attempting to start one, right, on an hourly time frame. But if you look at the hourly, we're in three hourly candles back to back. So I'm going to move my stop down here in a bit, just because for that reason, I don't want to stay in here if we're not going to get an hourly breakdown. But, you know, looking back at the prior short here, you know, this is sort of that reversal that I took earlier, still tracking. So if we can get down to this 1.6 area, that would be great. But if we're just going to bounce back up and get choppy, then there's really not much for me to do. How do I quantify an hourly trend? Let me share so while that plays out, look at that, beautiful. So I'll just go over this really quickly. I am looking to participate in hourly trends via a 9MA hourly structure. So what I need to see is hourly lower low, lower high, and then an hourly second lower low. You guys know that I track those trends very tightly. That's the hourly trend structure that I need. When we reclaim the 9MA and get back above, then we trigger an hourly reversal, which is scenario 1. And we are rejecting there also the 0.20 area. So if we can't fail to materialize a downtrend and then an hourly consolidation via the 9MA downtrend that it's in, then I'm not a fan of this. So we're creating that lower high now. If we don't reject from here, I'm out. It would just, to me, it would confirm that we are not going to get that breakdown. So here's the lower high. Okay, so let me draw that out. Lower low, lower high, and I need to see a continuation lower. Okay, if we do not break down to new lows, per the trend structure that's starting from this contraction, because if you take a look at what we did, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. The trend ended, we created a low, a lower high, a higher low. So technically no trend in time, right? Because we're not in a series of higher highs, higher lows, or lower lows, lower highs. We're in a lower high, higher low, lower high contraction, right? Trend structure wise, by definition, no trend. Now there's a breakdown of that contraction. Now we have a new lower low, and therefore the lower low has to put in a lower high. We're doing that right now. Then the lower high has to produce a new lower low in order to confirm the breakdown. If we do not get a new lower low, that is where I am out. And to me, sure, this can continue lower, but the trend out of this breakdown is no longer continuing lower. So there's no reason for me to participate, right? I am a trend trader. I would, a classical trend trader. My stop is pretty much at break even now. So I have very little risk in the trade. And I am looking for new lows. If it does not happen, then what this is telling me is if we don't break lower, right, lower low, lower high, fail to produce new lows, then what this is going to do is create a on a much smaller time frame, another like a substructure, a higher low, and then a higher high. By definition, that downtrend is now over because we're producing a higher high, right? So I do not want to participate in that reversal higher and wait until price comes all the way up to my stop. So, what does Mark Cuban say? Somebody, Kevin O'Leary, for that reason, I'm out, right? So for this reason, I'm out. All right, the high on this was 952. My entry was 955. Oh, so technically, I can put my stop at a little bit below. A little bit below my entry. So that probably pays for commissions. 1.5 R on my entries down here. So I'm just going to be looking for that for partials. What was this reversal from up here? It was, that was the ideal entry, which I could have kept and I should have. And that would be at 1 R here, 1.6 R for that, and the new trade is we'll see. Let's get some volume coming in. But one thing, that we did see very well was the interaction here at this resistance. I shared in the plan before that 55.29 in ES and the 19,020 in NQ, that was the bull bear zone, right? We needed to get above that in order to attempt even just to push higher. If we were to fail, then we get a rejection and a pushback down. Sometimes this happens. I was talking to Deli about this before the open, that I'm looking to see which one's the strongest or the weakest to participate in that. And NQ was weaker because it was so close to making new lows while ES had a higher low pre-market. So to me, that was a weaker vehicle. Now, ever since the bounce, ES got hit harder and it's actually became the weaker one. But it is what it is, right? Let's see if we can get that breakdown now. Let's see how. I am seeing some divergences in ES on the 15-minute on these new lows. Let me bring that up. Now, it may not mean anything at the moment, but as we flirt with these potential new lows from that, overnight low, that is something that I look at. We also have delta divergence, RSI divergence. It may not mean anything, but I'm not looking to get long. So just got to be patient here and wait to see what happens. If we fail to break lower, then I'm going to have to be out and my trade is going to be over. Let's wait to see how this new lower high is. So we are it's strong buying again. It just looks like it's going to be a little bit of chop. We have a lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high. We need some rejection here in order to push lower. If we fail, then I'm going to get out at a little bit below entry, cover some commissions. But, in ranges like these, I am a little bit more tactical just because there's no reason for me to overtrade this. We're still in that overnight range, attempting to break lower. But again, if we're sort of coming back down to the sort of edge here and we can't form acceptance down here and reject, then what price is going to want to do is push back out and ping pong, right? So if that happens, then I'm going to have to be out. Thanks, Ferry, Ari. It's environment, trend, and setup. Environment, what environment are we in? We're in a bearish environment, right? Larger timeframes are bearish. Trend structure. What are the 4-hour and hourly trends telling me? Well, I went over that. Wedge breakdown, hourly downtrend potential starting. Okay, if the hourly is trending lower, I want to participate on the downside. So then I go to setups. Okay, I am looking to execute either a reversal or continuation setup. The short that you guys saw me take up here at the break of the higher low is a reversion setup. The short that you guys, and these are all rules based, right? I waited for an exact entry. The short that I took here was a continuation setup. We had a no, by definition, no trend structure, a wedge. We created higher lows and lower highs. Yeah, that's a fact, right? There's no argument about that. And then we broke lower and started a new lower low, lower high downtrend. I need to participate in that. Now, I'm managing my position a little bit tighter and have my stop now at this. I should be moving it down a little bit lower here above this last lower high. And I'd be locking in some profit, not much, but the point is that we have a new lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. From here, we need to reject lower. If we reclaim, we're moving back up here. Now, I don't want to get long. I don't want to overtrade this. So instead, I'm just going to put my stop above that last lower high. And if price reverses, it takes me out. So I was able to bring my stop from the original entry down to here just because I'm following trend structure. And I am managing my open exposure that way. It may not work. It might not work for all, but it helps me just focus on the first 2-3 hours of the day and call it a day, right? If I can make 15-20% a month, that's great. I think in the last 2 streams, I'm up 2%. So just those 2 days alone, right? Yesterday, the last few days have been amazing. So let's just wait it out and see what happens, right? We really do need to break lower here. But give us new lows. I should be in ES. That is a mistake on my end. That should have been an ES. Look at that, it's leading the move lower. But we can still get some volume come in and break down to new lows. NQ is really holding this 865 area. Let me show that hourly zone again. $865 is where we bounced sort of or held overnight. You can see how we had some small moves below it, held, bounced, held, bounced. So we're now into that here. Can we form some sort of acceptance and then break lower? That's what I'm looking for. Or we bounce back again, right? But it's you can see it's an important zone at the moment. ES on the 4-hour has made a new low, NQ has not. So another divergence. So now you have technically three higher lows in, let me see where 1R is on this entry. It did hit 1R. I could be taking some off at 1R here, but I am looking for new lows. Maybe I'll take some off at 1R. We'll see. Just because it does not want to break lower. Yeah, I don't like the 2-minute. Let me move. Let's see here. I'm actually going to pay myself just because last trade was that trade didn't really need to be a loss. All right, so I'm taking off one off at 1R. Let's see if we can break down and go for new lows. Let me move this into so 2R would be this is how the trade looks for me. We're currently at 1R, flirting with a potential breakdown of that 865 zone. ES already below that 92, 93 area where we kept bouncing from, but you can see that NQ is still here, right? It's still here. All right, just have to wait it out. Look at others. What do we have here? You guys short? What's going on with you guys? Make sure you like we're so close to 200 likes, guys. And there's 626 of you guys. Come on, let's show some love for Ninja here for what they're putting together. There you go, 200 likes. Look at that, NQ holding this 865. Yeah, you're right, Shahid. They don't want the lows, which means the rest of my trade will get stopped out. Good bounce. There was an entry long trigger now on the other side of this sort of lower high reversal. But I'm just not looking to counter trade. Apex. Probably going to get stopped out here on the rest. A little bit of range bound action today, guys. Not much follow through on either side. And since I am a trend follower, I'm looking for trends. And we're not seeing one that much. Right? So thanks, Pax. Got to show them, patience, discipline, and health above all. It is a scalping day. You're just, if you're a scalper, I'm not. I'm looking for trends. Like I said, you're shorting these highs, you're buying these lows back to back. I'm not good at that. So, I mean, maybe if it was on the 30 seconds, but I'm not trying to be on the 30-second chart at all. Thanks, Fina. Hopefully I said that right. I don't think so. Faina. Thanks, Faina. I like that. It's a good name. All right, so I'm out of this short here. The lower low, lower high sequence ended. Now, you guys seen me in the last trade. I sometimes do take my, I do follow that trend structure. Sometimes I not, but we're not trending here. So I need to follow that trend structure, right? If we were sort of breaking down lower and confirming a breakdown below this, something like this, then I'm going to give it more freedom to let price do whatever it wants, right? If we're not and we remain range bound, then another layer of thanks, Shab. Another layer of risk management for me is to follow the trend structure that we're in, right? And here's the lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, third lower low. Oh, into that third lower low, we did have some delta divergence. So there was buyers that stepped in here. We did have RSI divergence. So if I was looking for a long, that would have sort of been the requirements that I was looking for. And what this means is then that I would be taking long at the break of this last lower high. and then be looking for a push back up to the other side of the range. But I'm not really interested in that. I might miss the bounce. I'm okay with that. You know, these consolidation days, I am looking to do less. In trend days, you know, best believe that I am really pressing it when we are trending higher and lower. So now I have to wait and see. Do we reclaim this area and push back up to resistance? But this reversal here, you know, is actually doing well. Under 54.71, it'll pick up. Got right into it. Oil's getting hit. Let's see. Yeah, big drop in oil. So it might be a non-event day for me, just because we're not really trending. I could, you know, be trading these ranges, but I am just not looking to be that active with you guys. I prefer trends. To me, this is a non-trending day. Maybe for you guys it is, right? Maybe there are some scalpers, but look, we're in this range. We can't really break down. So we're really defending this 65 area. Now, if I had the short pre-market, I would probably just be sitting in this. This was a beautiful short. Where was it? Here. Up here. Because by then, you know, you took your partials, you're letting price do whatever it wants to do, which is range bound here, choppy. But, you know, I didn't have that entry. So I have to work with the continuation model that I have, the what I call as a 50 EMA wedge, and participate in the move lower. Yeah, Curtis, good for you. 10, 20 points, non-stop all morning. Yeah, great for scalping. I just something that I'm not. As a trend trader, you have not much to do other than to wait for a higher low. Yes. Well, for me, based on the environment, again, the longs for me are above 19,020. So for you know, per my approach, a trend can manifest above that. This sort of area is range bound, and there's not really much going on. So I need something like this to take place, acceptance, right? Hold, 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 wedge, breakout higher. That's that breakout. If it's to the downside, hold, 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 break down lower, right? That's what I need for a directional move away from this range. We're not seeing that. So inside of this range, yeah, you can ping pong here all you want. Right? We are in the middle. Yes, we are. But it's just choppy action so far at the open. Well, actually, I want to keep those up because that's the main leading structure here. What we had was a push up into resistance, consolidated, created a wedge, broke down, That was a, you know, perfect entry to me, perfect stop management per the trend that I track. I could keep it, you know, I could have kept it at break even. Actually, it was a little bit below break even. Where was my entry? Somewhere like here, right? You just broke even because you got chopped up before the open. Yeah, that's why, you know, I don't want to overtrade this range. But we're seeing it's weak. It can't now. It couldn't reclaim 1920. Now it can't reclaim this 943 zone. You see how it's sort of acting as a good indicator for the short term, like in the last 2 hours. It was support then, resistance here. And rejection. So this might mean that we do want to break lower here. Or maybe this becomes a higher low. Oh, I don't want that. And then pushes back up. I still think we hit new lows, but you know, I had to manage that tightly. I just couldn't sit in that and risk a loss just because we're range bound. So what I can do next is if we are going to break this to 865, then what I will be looking for is a breakdown, some consolidation here, and then lower. And if we can do that, then I am going to be looking for a short here. But as you can see, the short from the morning was it. I got in the way of that. So we would have been one and done. But it, you know, it happens. It's a little bit trickier with chop. What's ES range? What is this range? ES in a 20-point range. NQ in a 70-point range since the open, really, for the last hour or so. Yeah, it's gonna want to make new lows. All right, let's see if this actually does break this time. So I can join. If now we're just gonna bounce right back up. Last 3 hours in NQ, just range bound. Yes, what's sort of saying a little bit more of the downside follow through. $272 likes. That's fantastic, guys. Thanks. That's quite a bit. Let's see if we can get it to 300 by the time I'm done here in 20 minutes. That would be great. How are you guys doing in this action? Yeah, Curtis, take it easy. You know, I'm glad you broke even. It is choppy. You really have to wait for like that exact, you know, entry parameter. You're sitting still for now, Faina. I got it right. I hope I got it right. Awesome. I got it right. All right, so let's see if we're bounce. You know, in days like these, what I've noticed from my own approach is that it's a day to take half off at 1R and then stop at break even on the rest, just because it's reversing nonstop. And typically, since I like to wait for at least 1.5R, and the reason being is because I'm looking for that expansion, right? That trend. 295 likes. That's amazing. You guys are kicking ass. But right, the reason I have that 1.5 to 2R target initially for my partials is because I'm looking for that expansion move. And if we don't get it, then the move for my entry will typically just hit 1R, revert back up or back down. And then, at that point, if we're range bound, I do not want to stay in the trade. And that's pretty much what happened here. It hit 1R, right? It danced around 1R. I took a quarter off, and then the rest came back and stopped me out at break even. So I could have stayed in the rest of the short, but at the moment, it just didn't make sense for me because we haven't confirmed a break of the range, right? And we have not confirmed that, then I'm just looking to, the possibility of price reverting back up is higher, and I don't want to stay in that trade. So let's wait and see if we can form some acceptance here, some sort of contraction here, because what we've seen so far is bounce, bounce, and can that happen again? Right? So these are all bounces, no acceptance. What we need to see is price creating some structure where you're seeing that buyers cannot push it up higher. Sellers are stepping down from here, and now from here. And if they cannot reclaim the last lower high here, then you have a better idea that we are pushing lower. And that's sort of like what's happening here, right? We're rejecting here, and now we can say, okay, very, very small amount of acceptance. I mean, this is just 4 candles, right? It's not a lot. But if you're short from above, fantastic, right? That initial short was up here, and now it's breaking 2 new lows. So great job if you guys stayed short from the highs. Let's see what happens here. Delta's really not confirming this move lower. RSI is still sort of flat. But, we are sort of stair-stepping lower. We just don't know if we will get a flush or if we will bounce. I will say the short at the open was probably, or sorry, the short at the bounce was probably it. But we're going to get days like these, guys. You can't really do much. Just have to wait it out and see what happens. Yeah, we were singing that last week. Patch. Hey, likes over 300. Fantastic. What do I think about ES? ES is clearly the weaker one. It failed to hold the well, it's attempting, right? The 55.93. You can see in the pre-market, we sort of held it, bounced, created that bounce up to the highs. We pushed below it, back tested it twice, and it acted as resistance, and it's pushing lower. So now it cannot reclaim it in order to really see that breakdown lower. We're in a little bit of a range action. It has to, if we do bounce, this candle's sort of attempting to bounce. If we do bounce, it has to act as resistance and break lower. If we do reclaim that, then it'll look something like this, and we can attempt to push back up to these highs. My main target, you know, I still, while I'm trading this sort of range bound action, I do have a target at, what do I have at? 53.90. So that's only 100 points away. I do think it hits, but you know, I myself have to manage this chop a little bit tighter. It's failing, you know, ES failed to break higher. It was a good short on that rejection up there. It just shows you, you know, that you have to be okay with missing the move, even though you were looking for it. Just because you know, it's playing out how we discussed. Even when I was talking about the plan in this morning, what did price do? Price came exactly to that bull bear zone for both ES and NQ, failed to hold it, rejected from there, and pushed lower. So just have to wait and see. It broke. I mean, this range broke to me. Qs to new lows. So I'm going to be looking for, I'm almost done here in a few 15 minutes or so, but if we can form acceptance down here and break lower, I'll be looking to participate in that today. But Q's finally made a new low. Just look at that breakdown. Yeah, a lot of stocks getting hit. So this has to act as resistance. Who's short from the highs, guys? Yeah, Curtis, it happens. I think we've seen it in a few, right? I saw it in beans and greens. Awesome. I saw it in with Merritt and Leo. You know, I think we all have a good eye for understanding structure via our own ways and really looking for these moves. But you know, I think you can see it in all of us. We are long from highs. Oh, it happened in Tanya. Oh, it did happen. I did see that with Kane as well. Tanya as well. I remember her trades on Monday. Yeah, you know, the move will happen, and we all have a good eye for that. I think that's one of the great things about, you know, tuning in here on Ninja. Look, our trading may be a little bit different, but you can have a consistent analysis of structure through various eyes, but it's consistent, right? Each host here on a different day is consistent with analyzing the structure that all align but it's how we trade it individually that is really looking to change things a little bit. And since we didn't have confirmation of the range breaking yet, I did have to manage that a little bit tighter, and would have loved to be in the short from this entry though that I got in earlier, but it is what it is. That's at 4R now. It's been a great last week or so, so I can't complain. Good to hear, Curtis. Yeah, Dallin, I agree. I mean, we've just been chopped. We're finally breaking down. Look at that move. Goodbye. Let's see where we are on the daily. $53.90 coming. That's my target in ES. And NQ, it is 250 to 280 area. $450s. Oh, in ES. Yeah, we're into the 5466 zone. Below that, we have 5440, which is a good area of support. $35 to 40 is that next area that I can see here on the hourly. I think you can get to it. So we can see the hourly breaking down now lower here, and we're following scenario 2.1. Let me share that with you guys. So scenario 2.1 was for a break lower, some sort of acceptance down here into 54.91 in ES and lower, right? So that main target is 54.40 for NQ. Finally breaking that 3-hour range, and we are moving down to 715 is that next area of support that I have, and then maybe 638.5 if it wants it. Good breakdown here though, guys. Congrats if you guys caught this. I'm gonna have to wait for another setup here, but good plan, good execution at the entry. You know, if I did have that higher entry, I would still be in this, but because I took this breakdown in the middle of the range, you know, you sort of have to think, if I'm taking a trade here in the middle, can we bounce back up higher or reject? Found rejection and then broke down lower. So I'm just gonna have to wait for another setup to trade this morning. Once we're done here, let me see how the some are short in the group. They should be short. They should be short with me. Where you know I entered. That's where our entry model is set up. Beautiful breakdown here. Can't catch them all, guys. All right. the last few days, amazing. I have to practice a little bit more discipline here. You know, we don't want you guys to pick up any bad habits from us. And you know, something that Merritt said yesterday, can all agree, we'd be better traders if we streamed daily. Yeah, we would. As I'm sure all of us could be a little bit more active and aggressive, and I probably would have been actively, you know, trying to short this here into these new lows. But the swing trading, you know, I mostly do it with a small group of friends that, well, they've become friends, right? But met on X over the years. And it's I used to do education for it, and since that's my background, I used to, you know, I manage quite a bit, and I swing trade heavily with that. But it's just at the same. Thanks, Rob. Yeah, it's I do post about it on X, on Twitter, but you know, it's mostly for the small group that I'm in, where we just, you know, are trading. We get pretty aggressive on that end of things, just because swing trading is amazing. Thanks, Anthony. Good job on the shorts, guys. But look, for swing trading, it's the same thing. Same sort of approach. Looking to participate in trends. Obviously, trends manifest and stay on for quite a while. And it's really what made me gravitate towards that. And, you know, for these big moves that we get sometimes, you just stay on that. Stay on on runners and hold for 10, 12R. You know, so I don't mind taking a stop on this or getting out at break even and missing the move, because in trend days, you know, I can have 8, 9, 10, 12R, 15R, just depends how long you hold it. Right? I think that first short at the first day I streamed, got the highs, I shorted that, and the runners just kept running all day, and it closed at 15R. Yeah, hit the like button, guys. 321. I think that's the highest I've seen for myself. I don't know exactly for the others. But thanks for tuning in, guys.
Chris,
Hey, Jam. What's going on? How are you?
pretty good. How have you been?
Good. Love seeing you go over structure. You know, there's so much value in what you share here with the others. And
Well,
everybody, I'm sure everybody's thankful.
you're too kind. You're too kind. You were awesome today, though, by the way.
Thank you. So practice discipline today. That's what it was.
It's important, right? It's a top 3 rule for sure.
It is. It is. Have to manage that. You know, it's a marathon, as many say.
Yeah. What are you looking for going forward throughout the day in this market?
Some acceptance down here at the lows, right? Failure to get back above recent breakdown levels, 865 in NQ, 5490s NES. If we can continue to hold down here, then that's just a sign of a continuation lower. Hopefully I can participate in that. We can see a reversal at some point, but you know, from a risk reward perspective, to me, that's a little bit, has less probability, and the downside, as we've seen this morning, just rewards you more for the risk you're taking.
So we're getting close to the midday market segment, but before I let you go, is today, because of the huge gap and the huge sell-off last night, is today, do you approach today any differently, or are you just stick with your strategy?
It's the same strategy. The only thing that I'm doing different is that I'm moving down to a smaller time frame, in order for the structures that I look for, a reversal structure or a continuation structure, to have less of a spread between the entry and the exit. Typically on the 5-minute, an entry for me or the risk on points would be 30, 35 points. Now, due to this huge drop, due to this elevated VIX, the spreads and the candles are wider, and so that risk may look like 60 to 90 points. So I really need to go down to the 2-minute, so that's 60 or lower. It'll allow me to keep the 1% risk per trade consistent, even though we're in a very high, volatile environment. That's another layer of risk management that I apply for myself in order to really manage the environment risk outside of the capital risk.
All right. I love that adjustment. Appreciate you being here today. Looking forward to seeing you again, Chris. You have a great day.
You too, Jim. Take care, guys. Good job today, gang.
All right, we're going to shoot into midday markets here. Before we bring on our special guest, I just wanted to point out a couple of things on the NQ and ES chart. So this is a 30-minute candle chart, and this gray rectangle on the right side represents that regular trading hour gap that Edgeful likes to look at, and it's quite a gap, right? It's a pretty big gap, and right now it does not look likely we're going to fill the gap today. So what I did was I was like, all right, so I'm going to go to Edgeful. I'm going to kind of play around with the statistics here, and one of the really cool things you could do, and let me move this over so you could read it. You could do a gap fill report based on percentage, right? It doesn't have to be 100%. You could say, well, how, what are we looking like historically if for a 50% gap fill or 25%? So I did 50 today, just kind of as a look back. 78% of the time it got filled, 22% of the time it didn't get filled, and I drew that line there, that blue line in the sand. That's that 50% gap full. And you could go ahead and adjust it to 25 or whatever. I know we have an extraordinary gaps all across many asset classes today, but you could adjust that tool to kind of give you more realistic idea of what's achievable or what's not achievable. Wanted to point that out. The other thing is here we do have an initial balance breakout. Remember that first 60 minutes in the NQ, we have a 75.59% chance of a single break, which we have achieved, right? Candle close, boom, below my two white parallel lines there. Only a 7.09% chance based on a historic look back of a double break, meaning we would have a candle close above 19,074, give or take a couple ticks. Now, I know today's an extraordinary day as well, so keep that in mind. And then 17% chance no break. We've already done the break. Let's just do the math really quickly on E-mini S&P. Bear with me a second. I'll move my charts over there. And there's that rectangle representing the gap from, remember, the regular trading hour close to the regular trading hour open, everything in between, forget about. And right now, I did the same 50% math, and that 50% point, 50% gap fill is 56.11. Again, that's pretty far away. Extraordinary day. But again, you could go into that Edgeful website and you could change it to 25% if you want to see, maybe 25% full. Who knows? But the other stat here is the initial balance. Again, the initial balance break, 82% chance of a single break. We've achieved that already. So no break is out the window. Double break, a 10 spot 24. And for circuit breakers, we're pretty far away here. I think that 13% halt is down to 49.75 on the ES, and then in the NASI at 17.213. So short of some spectacular momentum, maybe we're not going to see it today. All right, so we have a special guest today, man. We're going to bring him in. You guys know this fella from before. He's the lead singer of Crude. His name is Scott Sapp. Scott, how are you?
I'm good, Jim. How are you?
So, from Order Flow Labs. Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too. This is a cool day, huh?
It is a cool day. Do you have some charts we can take a peek at?
Yeah, sure.
Load them up when you're ready. And you get these days every once in a while. In my career, which has been a long career, you get these days every once in a while that just are incredible, and that's really what we're seeing today.
There we go.
He's pulling it up.
Yep, 1 second.
And it's not
Right
only the
ahead.
stock, it's not even not only the stock index futures, but all the markets. I mean, crude oil is crazy today. I know there was a double whammy in crude oil that we're going to get to talk to Tracy about pretty soon. But it's just been an amazing, amazing day. There we go. The familiar order flow labs layout. It looks like you got a position cooking here.
I do. Yeah, for transparency, I did not trade this morning. It was because I knew we were going to be talking, and so I just kind of took the morning easy. I don't have much edge in the open on these crazy days. I think I've maybe traded uh, maybe, and neither of those ended very well. So I just made a nice breakfast, hung out extra with the kiddo this morning, so that was cool. But
Oh,
yeah,
that's
I hopped into this continuation. We broke down below the overnight low, and then sellers are just kind of grinding on the gas. So just trying to follow the trend for a bit. Took one off here at 760 and trying to hold the. I guess I'll hold the other one for 0. I don't know. What's the circuit breaker again?
Oh, it's 17,212.
Okay, well, we got a ways to go. I'm sure we'll be okay.
No, for sure, for sure. But I love the fact that you're like you're going with the trend. And I was a commodity broker for 20 years, and so many people fell victim of, hey, can't go any lower. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy it.
Oh
And
yes,
it's that's what happens when that happens.
yes, it goes lower every time until your money's gone. I have been there. I have been there.
So yeah. So right now, you have quite a target there. So you're playing the waiting game right now.
Yeah, this is a good I'll get 1R on this if I get stopped out. I'm using a bit of a wider stop, but yeah, I just and then, I'll look at if this stops me out, I'll look at reaction at overnight low, see if we come back at this IB, but I'm just watching all this offer delta keep getting absorbed on the way down. I mean, any bid is just getting eaten alive. So, yeah, might as well try to join the party.
Yeah. Well, it looks it's wow. Look at this go. Look at Look at that go, man. I think everybody finally got the memo. It's like, all right, let's just start selling this thing.
It was a muted. I mean, the market's so funny. It loves to do whatever you don't think it's supposed to do. And I thought it was really muted technical action for the first hour. I was like, this is very strange. But yeah, but now it seems like with as Europe closes, this is
Yeah.
you're taking a shot.
Yeah. Anthony in the chat said, seeing the Russell 2000 about to go limit is not putting any confidence for a bounce in this market.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, if you're
Crazy.
watching this, it can go lower. So just remember that as someone that spent many years just buying dips that didn't exist. I recommend taking a beat before you try to get into a long.
Yeah. Well, and we're having like some volatility now, man. I mean, this is it was kind of slow actually during the initial balance a little bit,
Yeah.
relatively speaking, and then boom, we broke out on the downside.
Yep.
And now look at that go.
It's great.
I love the blue candle.
Yeah, it's good to see. This is kind of how I use this in just in trend following. You can kind of see the shades are like these are all delta dominants. So this is bid trying to step in, and then you're just watching this delta profile to see if it's rewarded or not. But this VWAP band is almost pointed straight down. So that's just my personal rules. I can't buy anything when this is doing this. It's just not in my playbook.
Yeah, no, those bands that's one standard deviation, right? So you're not showing the main VWAP
Yep.
line. You're just
So this
doing
is -1 up here, and then this is -2. So I keep a band between -1 and -2, and this is kind of like just a general no touch zone for longs if we're in the lower one and it looks like this angle. And then similarly for the opposite, like yesterday, we had really strong trend day up for a long time, and it was doing the exact opposite thing except pointing up, which is easier for me to trade. Also, I am not as good at trading the downside as I am the upside.
Nobody is. I mean, it's
That's good
we're
to
all
hear. Thank you.
no, but we're all trained from, your first economic class in eighth grade or freshman year in high school. It's, equity markets are designed to go up. They always go up. You invest here, you hold tight, you invest more and more and more. And you can still get that for retirement accounts and passive investments still do that. But when you get to the day trading part of things, you got to, scrub that bias from your head. It's hard to do.
Yes. It's very hard. It's very hard to remove any bias for sure. But the more you can work on that, the better luck you'll have as a trader. Just having a short memory, that's also important.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So were you trading or watching this last night at the after on the that last hour of the last hour of Globex, and then
No, honestly,
no.
no, I wasn't. And then I went to talk to Leo and Nick, and they were still on. I was like, oh, I forgot, because I forgot the announcement was going on. I'd already
Yeah.
gotten my kid off the bus, and I'd moved back into real life. I'd turned off the screens. But yeah, no, I turned it on as soon as I saw that, and I was like, whoa, quick gap up, and then put the phone down. Looked an hour later, and I was like, whoa, okay, minus 1,000. That's fun.
Wow, look at this go. Holy cow.
I mean, this is why shorting is so hard. You just get squeezed out all the time. And there's really nothing you can do about it except just try to keep your risk and reward intact.
Yeah, that is I'm mesmerized right now.
Well, you never know where the squeeze is going to come in.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now we'll watch up here for a reaction at this upper band. Pull that down.
So at that upper, let's say we start having candles close above that upper band. Does that change your point of view?
Yeah. Yeah. For a second, it will. It the angle of the VWAP band really needs to change for me to be able to get back in. I needed to see it get way up there, and then come back and touch it and let that band flatten out, and then I can maybe think about being more neutral in my scalps. But I mean, might just kick off this overnight low. We'll see.
Wow, I'm gonna just peek at the news stream here.
There we go.
Yeah. Nothing good in the news. There we go. Is right. So you're back in.
Yep, just hopped back in on that rejection, and I took one off at 10 points there, and then we'll see if this one survives. It probably won't. It looks like it's squeezing. What time is it anyways? Yeah, 11:15. Europe close. It kind of, they could be covering. All kinds of stuff could be going on right now. So
yeah, I gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
And so your stop is right above that band.
Yep. Which is usually not. I mean, let's see. There's a lot of stops, I guess, but they're absorbing it. So
right there by the big blue histogram bar.
Yep.
I always get worried, like in the NASI, you get like wicked out a lot when you shouldn't.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Just like that. Yeah.
Yep, just like that. So you got to be ready to slam back in if you want to.
Yeah.
I'll try to sell limit up there. I'll give it one more shot.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, it's a market like no other in regards to that.
All right, filled. They're trying.
Yeah.
Trying to step on it.
So you got 2 units, right? You're trying to get out of one and then getting that second one lower.
Yep. That's the plan. It looks like this is going to squeeze off, though.
Do you usually do more than, multi-unit contracts and scale out?
I try to, at least a 2 lot. That way you can, get. I try to average like 1.5 profit factor. So this is kind of like ideally you want to get 2, but over time, I can live with 1.5. There we
Got
go.
it.
Tighten that baby up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we'll just see if that was the quick run.
So you just brought that stop right down to that tick high.
Yeah, because if it goes up there again, we might get wicked out, but this way we're at least paying for the trade because we're trying to take a longer time frame idea here as far as trend goes. Like if this is going to continue, and the overnight low is lost, then this will just keep selling. But if it's not, then we'll wait until it runs back to VWAP, which is, all the way up here, 30-second opening range, and then see if we can get some response up there. But yeah, for now it looks like, yep, stopped. Cool.
Wow. Well, yeah.
Also,
so
this red area is a developing single print, and this is if we get to 11:30 Eastern, and this still exists, and this will be a single print as far as market profile goes. And that's another thing that we use for identifying, trend continuation. If you're getting single prints in a direction that don't get that do get confirmed, then that's a good sign to stay on whatever side of the market that is for the day, at least for me.
And what's the confirmation? How do you get confirmed?
It just needs to be 30 minutes. So this is so every period in a market profile, has a letter. And this period. This is the only let's see, between 8:55 and 8:40.
Yeah.
This is the only price that's traded inside that period. So that'll be a single period as long as price doesn't come up and touch the IB low before 11:30, because we need to wait for the period to close.
Okay. And what was the period again? 8:55.
Oh, the period is just 11 a.m. to 11:30. So they're all 30-minute periods. In market profile world, a lot like you use 30-minute candles. It's the same theory, except they're all denominated by a letter.
Yeah, we had to write back in the day on the floor. I had to write them down on a piece of paper. A. There's no computers back then.
That's awesome. That's so cool, though.
Yeah, I mean the clerks that were doing it were like, it just seemed like wow, it's super cool, but does it really work? Anyway, we got computers now, which is good.
Yes.
So it just doesn't want to get into that print. Just doesn't want to do it.
Yeah. I'm not a proponent of, all singles get filled and all that stuff. It's just another context clue for me, which I need a lot of, because I am a person that will make my own context up based on my own feelings and emotions. So I try to automate as much of that as humanly possible.
Do you have like little sticky notes on your desk saying, all right, single print, hang tight?
No, not anymore. I definitely used to. I definitely used to have to put those controls in place, but I just use the VWAP bands and single prints to look at trend. So, but you can see how this is flattening out now.
Yeah.
That -1.
Yeah.
Might take another shot at
Yes.
this.
It was amazing. I mean, you have price action below the -2, and that's not every day.
Oh yeah. Yes, exactly. I'm gonna take a quick one there. This was a pretty big area of interest, and it just ticked off.
There you go. Nicely done.
That 850.
So you have your strategies set up, right? You have your automated trade management set up. So boom, you click the mouse and you automatically have the
Oh,
bracket.
yep. I use hotkeys. So Alt S, and I sell and get filled. I just mark it in usually. Um, Sometimes that backfires on me. I think Nick and Leo were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nick's a limit guy. Leo's a market in, market out. I like to mark it in and then be able to see the position. The lines really help me think about, like, okay, what's my risk need to be for this? Where's my reward? Where can my target be? How much is there on the plate? That sort of thing. So now we're watching for the overnight low to hold. I should probably put a view up down there. That's stuff I'm forgetting to do. Let's see.
Trader Larry says SPY bouncing right at September 2024 double bottom support. I love looking back at I do that every morning. I look back in time and say, all right, where was support, where was resistance? And
Yeah. That's why I try not to look at stuff that's too old. Because I mean, if you can find a line anywhere if you want to. I mean, we could put up a bunch of fake lines right now in this chart and trade them probably successfully. So, but no, I just like to take what's in front of me. It'd be nice to get back inside this band. And this is the anchored VWAP from the low. So if we bounce there, that's going to give me a clue that maybe that low is in. What's our range? 354. It's hitting the ADR too.
now, at any point in this shooting match, are you going to move your stop at all, or no? Just let it go.
Nah, I never move my stop. NQ knows when I move my stop. I'm positive. I know about this. So, so yeah, no, I don't move my stop for anything. I just make sure to at least pay for it in the process with one of the lots.
Yeah, you've done that so far on this one. This is a good one. Yeah.
Snap this off. That'd be great.
Yeah.
What time? 11:21.
And you have a little anchored VWAP there, it looks like.
Yeah. So this is from the low. So this is something I do, especially if I'm against. I just like to see the other side of the trade. So if these folks are long, this is going to be their point where they would add, or think about continuing that. If that was a good low. But I like being back inside the band. That's encouraging.
Yeah.
Make sure we don't have any. Nope, just a couple Fed speakers. So we're done with news for the day.
Yeah, I don't see anything really coming on my screen here. I look at Financial Juice. What do you guys look at?
I use an order flow lab script that just plugs everything in for me. It puts it right on my
really?
chart. Yeah, it's awesome.
Wow.
So I don't have to look at anything. It's great. And then it'll highlight it a few minutes before the news is coming. Look at that. Look at that awesome squeeze. It'll highlight it a few minutes after the news is before the news comes, and then so you're always prepared. You see it ready to go.
Oh, how would one get that?
I think that's in the. I don't know if that's in the. I think it's in the Ninja Toolbox.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
I
don't know.
I'm gonna grab all this stuff.
You should. The OFL stuff is super fun, especially if you want to play with different delta thresholds. Yeah, I'm gonna close this.
You could teach an old dog a new trick.
You got to be able to learn new tricks in this market, man.
Yeah.
I had to reinvent my entire strategy from last year into this, quick scalpy bracket thing, just because of the way the volatility changed and headline risk and everything. I was getting slaughtered.
Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, you got to change.
I hear you. I mean, but it's as a market like this, Now, this is different than crude oil, right? This is a market that we talked about this a little bit, that, it just over a long period of time, the price gets higher and higher, right? And so a percent change on a bigger number is different than a percent change on a smaller number.
Yep.
And then when you think about average true ranges and stuff like that, you have to adjust not only your mindset, but also your strategy.
Yeah, absolutely.
He wants to stay above that VWAP band.
Give it a shot.
You took the strategy, the ATM, automatic trade management, we call it, on NinjaTrader, program the hotkey,
Yep.
and you just tap a button and boom, the magic happens.
Yep. Alt S. I don't have to worry about pressing a button, clicking a mouse.
How many hotkeys do you have set up?
3. Buy, sell, and flatten. Yeah. Alt F is that's the oh crap button.
It's like
Sometimes
the panic
sometimes
button.
you got to scratch, man. Sometimes you got to scratch out of a trade. There's no need to sit in a bad trade for no reason. You can always get back in somewhere else.
Yeah.
And that's a hard thing to learn when you first start is you're not stuck in this position because it can feel like it sometimes.
So you've recognized the momentum has changed because we're spending all that time above that -1 band.
Yep. Yeah. So I gave up on that. Well, I mean, shorts are hard for me anyways. I'd rather be long all day, every day. But yeah, I quit on that once we held this anchored VWAP from the low, got back above it. And then also the overnight low here, retested, VWAP band, retested. It's starting to flatten out. So in this scenario, if the market is really nice to me, we would get back to the 24-hour or the RTH VWAP, which is up here at 904. So I'll come in, a little bit. I'll put my profit target a little bit below that round number. Not to be a D for a T, as they say.
Yeah. I gotta check with compliance if we could say that out loud or not. Probably not.
Yeah, my wife reminds me that my kid is going to watch this someday. So, use language that you would like her to see later. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Well, the first time I heard it was like 2004 by John Carter, and he actually said it in the webinar. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. All right. So now we're kind of in like no man's land, right? We're kind of like we're pretty close to the middle between the VWAP and then the -1 band.
Yep. Which is also the 0.5. I don't put it on my chart, but I do consider it when the trend is really strong. Sometimes you can't retrace all the way to actual VWAP. Also, we're running into the IB here, so this is going to be a lot of people to grind through.
Yeah, and that's why I showed that edge full stat at 50% gap fill. I was trying to think of, all right, what could be reasonable today? If
Right.
in fact, we shake off the tariff blues or whatever you want to call them. And that's why I did it that way. It's an interesting idea, right? What's a reasonable percentage? Not getting all the way back to where we started from, but what's the reasonable percentage?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to take a while for that gap to fill. Doing it in one day would be epically cool. I would still be in this trade when I'm on later this afternoon. And that's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, frustrating part is, all right, we're going to have this announcement April 2nd. But it's not going to go in effect until April 5th and then April 9th. So it just keeps moving. The target keeps moving.
Yep.
And then there'll be all sorts of negotiations and stuff. So it's kind of hard to the fog is not lifted yet.
No. I mean, the dude likes to do that though. He loves to be the he loves, the attention, the make a media thing out of it, make it a show. I mean, in my mind, it's all wrestling. Trump was super big in the WWE forever ago,
Yeah.
and he learned a lot from Vince McMahon, I'm sure, just about general promotion stuff. So that's when I see him doing all these conferences, I'm like, yeah, I know, man. You like it when people hear you talk. Can we just get the numbers, please?
I don't know. Yeah, in the WWE, I mean, it's over the top promotion stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. McDonald's is not doing those commercials.
No. There's
All
some
right, so we
bid.
have is that an IBL we saw right there on your chart?
Yep.
The upper
So
left,
yeah, we got up to the IB, rejected. Now we're fighting with the overnight low again. We also ticked that anchored VWAP. So I'm not going to add to this because I really don't want to. It's the most counter trend idea I've maybe ever had. I don't know how responsible it is getting long on a day that's this low, but I mean we're below 5% now, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big day. But I love that anchored VWAP touch, man. That was almost perfect.
Yep. Sometimes it's cool. I don't know who's using it. I don't know what robot likes that.
Yeah.
But there's some pattern, some bots looking at a pattern, and if sometimes you can find the same pattern and capitalize on it. So
Yeah, I mean, the first time I've even considered using it is I don't know, a couple years ago when I saw Anthony use it along with his Bollinger Bands back in the day, and
yeah,
yeah,
there's a
so
really old NinjaTrader video that I watched a long time ago. That was that exact thing, I think, with Anthony on explaining VWAP work and VWAP standard deviation bands. I must have watched that. At least 2 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe.
yeah, yeah. Then I went out and bought it. Well, I didn't buy a book. I got a book for free. Brian Shannon sent me his book, so
Yep, he's the goat on that.
yeah, nice fella. We'll get him on here one of these days.
That would be awesome. That would be so cool.
Yeah, yeah. He's an interesting cat. He's an outdoorsman
Okay.
kind of thing. But you have a little one, so you're probably not much of an outdoorsman.
I mean, we try, but it's mostly about school for now. I'm excited for the summer. It's going to be nice. Winter here has been crazy, but there you go. There you go.
Trying. Let's get above that IB. Let's go.
The best part of these don't clap yet. It's not over. We haven't taken
It's not
profit
over
yet. Don't celebrate. Don't tell the market that we're happy.
Wow.
What was I going to say? Oh, we've got softball this year, so that's gonna be cool. She's super excited to do softball.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
All her neighborhood friends do softball, and she's good too. She can crank a ball, so I'm excited.
That's awesome.
She was so stoked to be on YouTube, man. She was running around that whole night. She must have watched it. Made me rewatch it like 5 times. That made her day.
A star in training. So I'm kind of like a chart pattern guy. So when I'm looking at those 2 peaks now, I'm like, oh, that's a double top. It's a rejection.
Yeah.
Is that you don't care about that, right?
Nah. I mean, if anything, I would like to see an excess move. Double top to me, like that's more of a target for me. So when I see this grinding up and running into that, I feel like buyers want to take that out.
So you're feeling good about this now.
No, I'm definitely not. I'm long below the IBL, which is never a good place. But yeah, it's the trade that's in front of me, though. I definitely don't. One thing that on the short side, one thing that always bites me is trying to look for the same sort of trend continuation that I get with long trend days, because it's just not the same. I mean, you get shorts covering whenever they want to, and those are violent market orders sometimes that just show up in the book and start ripping people's faces off. So when you're short, you have to be a lot better at trading, I think, is the answer. But so long is a lot easier for me. See, now if they they broke through that IB and all of those that double top. Now we just got to get up through this LVN up to VWAP, and then we'll be golden. That's my plan anyway.
I like it. I like it. I got to admit, I was a little worried at first.
Well, when you put risk on, man, you gotta just be ready to accept what's about to happen. Pullbacks exist.
Yeah, I love that idea. Let's take one off the table so we pay for our risk, and then the heat's off a little bit.
Yep, absolutely. Especially on days like today, where you're going to get a lot of chances at stuff because volatility is going to slap you out of positions very quickly. I just want this 50 to hold again on the way down.
I did expect more news about retaliations and stuff like that, but it just doesn't seem to be coming through the news feed.
Yeah. Maybe they, maybe they coordinated that so that it's, who knows? That's why I don't read any of this stuff. I don't know how any of it works. It's just better for me not to know.
Yeah, it's complicated. I know. Well, we got Shy Girl now, so we have
That's
our
true.
Secret weapon.
That's true. All you have to do is tune in.
Yeah, wow. Look at that go. What's the volume like? The volume is probably pretty big right now. I'm not looking at my screen.
Yeah. The relative volume for me is at 128, which is an extremely high score. We look at that as kind of a measure of what size you should have on that day, what sort of volatility you should expect, aside from looking at NDX itself. Or VXN, I forget which is the NASDAQ one. I think it's VXN.
So the higher the volume, the less risk you put on, or the more?
Less for me. Well, it's also just it's just a way to see. It's a way to help identify what kind of days you're good at. Like for example, Leo will tell you that like the high R vol days are his day. So he's probably fired up trading this right now, if I had to guess. But for me, I like an R vol in the 90s. It's a little more grindy. I'm able to get in spots a little slower and work a position a little more, work a zone a little more without getting wicked out. So those tend to be my comfortable days, especially a low volume uptrend day is like chef's kiss. That's the perfect day.
There you go. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there, man.
We'll see. RTH mid is right there at 95. I'm also going to look left and see if there's anything in here. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to cover it.
There you go. All right. Now we can get the clapping, Kevin. We can do it.
Yeah, Kevin, it's official. We took a good trade. I'm glad we got to do a couple trades there, Jim. That was cool. And watch a bias flip. I was trying to keep short for continuation here, got stopped, and then had to get in long. I don't think I've got to do that in the afternoon yet, so that's good. Cool.
Well, that's the most important. That's the most important lesson I just got from you is, hey, you're depending on your chart setup, your layout, what you're looking at. You could change your bias. You could change the direction of your trade once you have that confirmation. It's not like, all right, I'm just going to be looking for shorts today. This is a horrible, I'm going to ignore longs. You're not doing that. You're just sticking to your process and being authentic to your process. And it's like, okay, this is telling me to go long now.
Yep. Yeah, it's all about like, your own personal rules and what you've learned about yourself, I think, as you've been on the trader journey. Um, we were just talking about this last night. I think me and Leo and AJ, it was about like you can't really, I don't know, there's no like magic trick to teaching somebody how to do this sans all the screen time they're going to need also to um, create like their own rules, their own personality around trading. Because you can tell somebody how to use tools, you can tell somebody about volume profile, VWAP bands, whatever tools you want to use. And without the practice of actually executing and seeing how the market responds at levels, and you're never going to know until you've done that for a couple years, I think. So,
Yeah.
so these are just my rules. They don't necessarily need to apply to everybody, and maybe they're not even that good, but they work for me. So.
No, it's, I just met you guys, right? I met your whole team, and like I said, this old dog's learning new tricks. I like the way you guys are set up.
Thanks, man.
Look at this, the VWAP, we just smashed it now.
Yep. So if I was still in a trade, now we're
Yeah.
just trying to get up here. This is actually going to be a good spot to look for a short. This is the 5-minute OR mid. Often retraced to, hasn't quite been retraced to yet. This is a news. This is when that 10 o'clock news drop. What was that, PMI something? I don't remember.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see this retested. Also, this news spike here, if the RTH open rejects that might also be a good spot for a short. There's also, you add the volume profile to the mix too, and you have this big LV in there. So
Yeah.
So now we're
Got
just
it.
back in neutral mode, trying to come up with another trade. That old trade's over. We'll see if another trade shows up.
So, okay, we have a few minutes left. What would be a trigger for you at this point for another trade idea?
At this point, above VWAP, I'm at least going to try to get to this +1 band, which is up here. And the +1 band coming in with the 5-minute mid. I'd be excited to see that for sure. Or also rejection of this LVN here. If I see it peak above, like I said with that double top thing, I want to see a burst of buying, and then I want to see exhaustion, and I want to see sellers step in. And that's how I feel good that, some stops have been run, that liquidity is gone, and sellers are trying to step on the gas again and get their continuation. So, we have those indicators like this as part of the Delta Map indicator. This bubble here is, or that might be the EAD. I can't remember. But this is an exhaustive bubble. And as you can see, it ran out of gas, needed to pull back, and then kept going. I want to see something like this happen in these key areas that I'm watching, like this 936, 984 area up here. This is also this also means that sellers are trying to step in this red star here. That's a delta flip, which means the delta dominance is flipped from the buy side to the sell side up here at this spot, which makes sense because we're back at the open, right?
Yeah. Wow. The little bubble that popped up, was it there? I didn't even see it. Now you pointed it out.
Yep. I keep them pretty small to try to keep the chart clean, especially for the stream. I try to run a much cleaner chart than I would trade on in real life. I've got all the MGI and a bunch of zones on my actual chart, but for the sake of the viewers' eyeballs, I've got this boiled down to this.
Yeah, I've got the same problem with all the gamma lines I've got in mine.
Oh, yep. I can see that.
Yeah, for sure. And then once you throw in like a VWAP with some bands around them, it's like, okay, now we got a problem.
Yep.
Right. Anyway, listen, man, I appreciate you being with us. Are you here this afternoon or somebody else?
I am. Yep. Me and Elias will be on 2:30 Eastern. So.
All right, we're going to be trading the close live with Stowe and Elias at 2:30. Be sure you're there. It's going to be awesome. We'll take a break before that, but man, thanks for spending this. You're working overtime for Ninja now. Thank you for being here with us.
Hey, you're welcome, man. You're welcome. The other guys had to stay on and hang for those crazy candles last night, so at least I can hang out an extra bit today.
Yeah, no, for
Thanks,
sure.
Jim.
They were awesome. All right, man. We're gonna jump right into the hot commodity section with Shy Girl, and let's do it.
Cool.
Hi, Tracy.
Hey, how are you doing?
Oh, there you are. I'm pretty good. Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm back. I know. All right. Well, let's take a look at some commodities today. What was interesting to me it was actually corn
Ooh,
today.
that's a okay. Let's do it.
Is that interesting?
Wow,
So what I think interesting about corn is, we're up, a couple points today, but what's more interesting about it is that we had hugely bearish news on plantings. There were more plantings than expected.
Yep.
Plus tariffs, and this market refuses to keep going down, and positioning is very short. So this market kind of caught my eye because it just seems like this bearish news can't push the market down any further, and we, may see some shorts squeezed out of the market here.
Yeah, wow. This was not on my radar screen. This is an interesting chart, and the thing that kind of comes to mind when I just at first glance, I'm gonna draw a rectangle because I can't think without rectangles. I'm just gonna kind of show this
We love
area of
your
support.
rectangles.
Thank you. And you got these wicks, right? You got buyers wicks, buyers wicks, buyers wicks. But every time we pop back down into that rectangle, buyers are coming in and pushing this market back up, and today's no exception. That is actually at $4.50. So that's a nice even number there as well. There's probably some, I don't know, maybe some option stuff there, but right back into the rotation zone between the 8 EMA and the 21 EMA right now. And a dominant benchmark candle. This is a big, big candle.
Right? So I thought that was very interesting, something to keep an eye on, maybe on the long side for this market.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is looking pretty bullish right now. Thanks for pointing this one out.
Yeah. I just always wonder, if bearish news can't keep pushing it down and it's bouncing on bearish news, it's telling you something about that market. Let's move over to oil, of course, because we've had an outsized move today, obviously. We had that double whammy. We had tariffs, even though oil is exempt. And then we had OPEC come out also this morning and say they were, for the month of May, what they are doing is they are tapering cuts, but they're putting 3 months into the month of May. So it's going to be plus 411,000 barrels that they are adding to the market in May. For April, now it was already decided that they were tapering cuts. Nobody expected them to put 3 months of cuts, or 3 months of tapering of cuts into 1 month. And so we've had a pretty bearish move today in the market. So this is going to be an ugly candle day. Where, the low today hit right into that $65 area, which is kind of the area, watch around 65. I have been saying we have seen buyers come into the market because that's a shale break even, but that doesn't mean, enough knocks at that floor, we may go below that. And so kind of watch this area, but what are you thinking in the charts here?
Yeah, I mean, this is an over 7% move to the downside, which is huge. This is a benchmark candle. This is a giant paradigm shift in pricing right here. all the moving averages were kind of arcing up until today, and everything's kind of did a abrupt turnaround here. So this is a huge move, and I think as you pointed out, we wicked to that 65 handle, which is a big deal, and kind of stalled, but we're still not too. We're still only at 66.70 right now. So this is a bearish look. I'm not, like you said, this is a double whammy. I'm wondering if this wasn't a coincidence that these two announcements came back to back like they did.
Well, it has been suggested that perhaps this was the White House pressure on this market for OPEC, maybe for in return of tariff exemptions, because OPEC members are not on that tariff list, or the larger ones that count. So, or that count for the most production, et cetera. That's what I meant. They all count. Every country counts, but for those larger producers. So it has been suggested that may be what is happening. I don't want to say for sure, but at least kind of the talk that's out there right now. So I don't know.
That's a good example. That's a good example of how tit for tat is not necessarily means we'll just adjust the equation, the percent of the tariffs. There's other elements in the give and take part, right? And Trump's talked about the fentanyl problem and all of that stuff. And this could possibly be another example of that. And I think that's a great observation.
So possibly. So I don't know. I really wouldn't want to step in front of this market right now because it looks overly bearish. But I think you could see, as the market always does, some counter trend rallies to another sell. I really want to see what this looks like tomorrow, if this is just overblown or how this market is kind of feeling. We did leave a gap above from the reopen last night, so I always like to at least mark those off, is to know where they are. If this market suddenly turns bullish, it probably would be headed into that direction. But just be careful with this market. I think you're going to have rotations, and if you're a scalper or day trader, this is going to provide a lot of opportunity, I think, for you over the next couple of days, on the upside and the downside.
I agree.
And then we'll go to Bitcoin because we've been following that lately. And that still looks like it's following the equity markets to me. I mean, we thought, oh my God, we thought yesterday, well, it's kind of looking bullish, but no cigar.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, this chart is just not helpful. I mean, it's kind of the last, after we broke out of that trend line, that trend channel rather, it's been really wonky. It's almost like it's confused, right? It doesn't know if it should get back in there, if it should sell off or not. And right now, we're just south of that 82,000 level right now, and it almost seems to me, just kind of glancing at this chart, that this was a failed attempt for buyers to get back into that trend, and sellers are just taking over. Right now, in my mind, this is a pretty bullish pattern if we were to close right here today.
Okay, well, let's see. Again, it looks like it's following the equity markets again, or at least tech. Then we'll go to gold because gold looks interesting. We talked about gold this morning, and we did get a pretty hefty intraday bounce. If you look at, like a 5-minute chart, which is, interesting. We kind of talked about, well, there's still kind of that overhanging risk, and maybe we could start to see some bounces again in gold. And that, intraday, I mean, it's still down $38, but we did get a hefty bounce there, which is interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking at a 30-minute right here. It's almost like the bounce started at the open, right? At the opening bell. Buyers came back in. Now, going into that, by the way, I mean, it looked pretty ugly. I mean, it looked, even though the last couple of candles had some big wicks at the bottom of them. So for the first hour before the bell rang, there's some big candles at the bottom here. But then, boom, the bell rings and it caught a bid, a pretty nice bid, by the way. And, we went all the way up to this put support, the 0 DTE put support. And that's like the point of control also. So even though the volume profile this is a horrible volume profile. If I'm ever going to write a book, I'm not going to use this picture. But there is this big volume. There is a big volume node there, I'll call it. So a lot of price happiness that not only we saw around the London pre-market and the London Open, but then we're seeing it again right now, the last few bars. Now, yeah, we had a big sell-off right here, but we'll see if it doesn't kind of stay halfway in the middle today.
Yeah, I mean, it's held up pretty well, all things considered. Comparatively speaking, that is. And then let's take a look at nat gas, which I think is interesting because nat gas is positive on the day.
All right, there
And-
we go. We're in May, right? Okay, let's do it.
We got nat gas positive on the day. I mean, it's come off the highs, yes, but still positive on the day. And we had a build in inventories today. So and the market still rallied. Now, some are saying there's cold front coming. I don't know that nat gas coming into spring really rallies on cold weather news anymore, but those are the headlines anyway. But this market is really interesting given that I kind of was looking pretty bearish. We dipped back below $4. We had been mostly hanging above $4 for most of this year anyway. Then we dipped below, kind of held support. I'm looking at like a 4-hour chart. Held support and then has been bouncing, but particularly on today, I think it looks very interesting that it's positive on the day.
Is there any?
So what are the
Yeah, I'm just wondering, will this react to any of the tariff news, or is this kind of separate thing?
nat gas? Yeah, nat gas is exempt from tariffs. So, as all the entire energy sector is exempt. So,
Okay.
I kind of think nat gas is kind of on its own feet most of the time anyway, separate from the rest of the energy sector. It's kind of a different beast. But that just says to me, because because of tariffs, we've seen kind of everything in the energy sector fall except for nat gas. And they're all exempt, which makes sense that they would fall on exemptions. But we're still seeing nat gas strong and on a build. So what are you seeing in the charts? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this. It's hard to see in my chart. Let me open this up, a daily chart, and I'll take a look at intraday in a second. But we have that ADMA just barely crossing above the 21 EMA, and these crosses, I like to look at these crosses. If there's a continuation buying in this market, we'll see that cross separate. So we'll have a slow moving average crossing above the fast crossing above the slow, which is bullish in general. But the moving averages are kind of flat, really.
No.
And we do have a decent wick at the top of today's candle, and so that's a little bit worrisome. But you're right. I mean, it looks like it looks strong for some reason. Also, there is going to be some cold weather coming in about a week from now. So, I think we might have lost our comms, Tracy. Chat, could you hear me, chat? Chat, Roger that.
Maybe it
Did I
was
mute
just
myself?
me.
Oh, there we go.
I don't know.
All right, we're back. No, I was just
You're-
saying
oh, there
it
you
could
go
be a
again.
weather thing. It could be a
Can't hear him.
oh, uh-oh.
I don't know. You sound like you're shorting out on my end.
Oh no, oh no. It doesn't matter if I talk louder, right?
Right. I don't just scream.
All right. Well, we
all right, so
covered we go ahead, Tracy. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm just saying I
can't
think we
today.
covered all the ground we wanted to cover today. We covered the markets that we talked about earlier. And appreciate you giving us your insight. And we're gonna be done for the morning. And remember, folks, we'll be back NinjaTrader Live 2:30. We'll have the Order Flow Labs guys trading the close, and they've been on fire, man. I'm digging these guys. I can't wait.
Yeah.
See you
I'll
guys
be
then.
there in the chat.
All right.